classes this morning and so on, so people will come trickling in at various times. So my name is Teresa Cindy. I'm the Curator of Public Programs and Director of Publications here at Carnegie Mellon Architecture. I'm really excited to welcome you to the first of a few symposiums that will happen this year. This one is the official Public Program Symposium, but the Remaking Cities Institute with Stefan Gruber will also host one, along with the EMARC program and the Transition Design team. So this is just to say that we'll be having a wealth of critical discussions and reflections this year, and we hope that this one will set a wonderful discursive tone for the year ahead. Before we get into introductions, I'd like to first begin by acknowledging that we're on stolen land. We're gathering on the ancestral lands of the Lenni Lenape, Shawnee, Osage, Haudenosaunee, and the Six Nations, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Seneca, Cayuga, and Tuscarora. This land recognition is not about acknowledging a supposed past, but it acts as an embodying practice of reclaiming truths that have been pushed to the periphery or sometimes negated entirely, sustained through collective silence and rescripted histories. We're reminding ourselves that land displacement and ethnic persecution and erasure are ongoing realities, as we can see in real time here in the US, how the Supreme Court's decision to let ICE resume immigration stops and raids in LA by using factors like race, ethnicity, or language as a basis for suspicion leads the way to racial and ethnic profiling and undue detainment and deportation of people that belong in the US as equally as anyone else. To honor the truth of lands is not about performance or nostalgia, but about naming what threatens it and confronting the lingering horrors around how we've come to be on these lands in an effort to forefront the knowledge systems and the relational ways of being that have long sustained them and sustained us. As a reminder, this year's public program themes is hypernormalization and portals to normals otherwise. Hypernormalization is about how absurd socio-political conditions that are often harmful and at times contradictory get normalized through daily rituals of life. So in this condition, crisis becomes the everyday as the populace grows overwhelmed and numbed by the scale of the issues that they're confronted with, and then become accepting of it as natural or inherent, inevitable, or up for debate. Architecture plays a critical role in this process as blends form to empire, it codifies disposition, and it frames extraction as development, abstracting injustice while masquerading as apolitical. So before I get into the introduction of the symposium, I'd just like to note a few housekeeping points that we are recording this session and live streaming it actually. This does offer AIACEU credits to the architects, so please do give us your membership number for that. Restrooms are outside to my left, to your right, just by the atrium entrance doors. Refreshments are outside and they will stay outside, so if you do need refreshments at any point, please feel free to go and get some. A bit later, we'll have Lynn from Library Services who will set up a stand where all the various recommended readings from the participants will be exhibited. Please do feel free to engage with them. And then the microphones for the Q&A are in front here, just at the ends of the aisles. The moderators for each session will open up the floor to questions after the presenters have all presented in their sessions. I'd now like to welcome you to the launch of the Future Normals Symposium, which brings together practitioners, thinkers, and makers to examine how architecture operates as both a tool of perception management for imperial logics and a vehicle for imagining revolutionary futures otherwise. Through these two sessions, as well as a keynote by Professor Arturo Escobar, we're exploring how we name and start to dismantle the spatial practice of imperial logics in session 1. And in session 2, we're exploring how remembering spatial futures that root us, or how we remember spatial futures that root us in radically reimagined ecologies, socialities rather, and hypertemporalities. Naming imperialist logics is a really critical practice, as such systems co-opt language and tends to not name things as they truly are. So in that way, they disguise the various ways that we are dispossessed. Alternatively, we turn to traditions of remembering, which is about practices that refuse erasure or historical overriding as they attempt to stitch together the knowledges, rhythms, and relations that have been severed by empire. So the structure of the day will be as follows. We'll start off with Professor Escobar, who'll give his keynote, and then we'll have a short Q&A. And then we might have a short break, but if you have energy, we can just go straight into the first session, where Sarosh and Ankelsaria will introduce both the session outline and intentions, as well as the speakers. And then the three speakers will come up, give their presentations, and then they will all join each other here in the front, where Sarosh will moderate the session and open the floor up to Q&A. Then we'll have a lunch break. Lunch will be outside where you have breakfast now. And then we'll return, and that'll be a 45-minute lunch, and then we'll return at 12:05 for the second session that I'll be moderating, and will be the same structure as the first session. I'll introduce the session as well as the speakers. They'll all present, and then we'll all come to the front to have a discussion, and I'll open up to Q&A. Now to introduce the keynote speaker. Professor Arturo Escobar is, let me just move through the slides as well. So Professor Escobar is a Colombian-American anthropologist. He's known for his work in post-development theory, in political ecology, and ontological design. He co-founded the Tapestry of Alternatives, and is born in Manizales, Colombia. He holds a PhD from UC Berkeley. He previously taught at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and became a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2021. For the past 3 decades, Escobar has been working closely with Colombian Afro-descendants, environmental and feminist organizations. His influential books include Encountering Development, The Making and Unmaking of the Third World, Designs for the Pluriverse, Radical Interdependence, Autonomy and the Making of Worlds, Pluriversal Politics, The Real and the Possible, and Relationality and Emergent Politics of Life Beyond the Human, with M. Osterweil and K. Sharma. It's my great honor to introduce Professor Escobar.
Good morning, everybody. Are you awake? If I start jumping up and down, don't worry, I'm going crazy, just I need to warm up, I'm really cold. Okay, so I'm going to skip over some of what I have here, or at least say very shortly, because I don't want to run out of time, as happened yesterday, and I'm also looking forward to hearing the rest of the presentations. I have to bring my reading glasses, sorry. I don't see too well with either, but at least reading glasses might be. Okay. So, why the notion of entanglement? And I've been interested in entanglement for quite a while, especially from the early quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and I realized that entanglement has become an emerging topic. Many people are using it in different ways, and I think there is a merit in going back to what it meant at that point in time and what people are making out of it. But I'm not going, that's the part that I'm going to be skipping. So I just wanted to mention that spooky action at a distance is a famous sentence that Albert Einstein said once in relation to why he thought that what quantum mechanics predicted couldn't be real, couldn't be achieved. But the fact is that it is. So I'll talk a little bit about entanglements as well. And especially the talk, what I really want to develop in this talk is, in a way, hypotheses hypothesis, work in progress. I'd love to have your feedback on that. I don't know to what extent it makes sense. I haven't talked to many people about this already, which is what is the connection between ontologies, narratives, infrastructures, designs, and practices and bodies. So I have a series of clumsy graphics to walk you through that and try to get your feedback for it, and using some of the hypernormalization. I'm just going to skip over this. I always start with Gaza and genocide in Gaza. This is from a Palestinian artist in London from an exhibit. Hotspots, so the world is hotspots, the world is burning, we know that literally because of the fires, proliferated fires all over the world, but metaphorically and literally as well in so many parts of the world, including what is happening in the genocide in Gaza. Okay, I wanted to, well, that's okay. This I presented yesterday, so I'm not going to say much about this, but for those who weren't there yesterday, my idea with Escher in particular is that the idea that design designs, that we are within the world that we design and the world designers, that's when we formally design, but the world rests on the earth, and the earth is not there. So in between the design world and earth as a self-organizing autopoietic entity, there is this space that opens up, and that's what we are today. And that's what we have to think about, how we transform our designs so we transform our relationship to the earth, and taking the cue from the earth to begin with, in order to reframe design, architecture, and all of our practices. We need a revolution in thinking. And that's one of the arguments that I think is very important to make today, is that the way, and I mentioned this in passing yesterday, that we have to acknowledge anew the shortcomings and limitations of modern social theory and modern thinking and modern knowledge to think through the crisis, the planetary crisis, and the current conjunction in which the planet is today. At best, modern social theory and modern knowledge are insufficient to the task. Sometimes they are counterproductive. So we have to look elsewhere. Yesterday I made the case that we have to look in the peripheries of thought and action, and I try to define what those peripheries are. Okay? And thinking, this is a theme from, actually goes back to Martin Heidegger, thinking between the emergency, the tragedy that is happening today in the planet on the one hand, and the emergence as the beginning, the springing up of something new. There's emergence all over the place, all the things that we are not even noticing. But between the emergency and the tragedy of what is happening, and the emergencies, we find another space in which we are thinking, and especially rethinking the human. Rethinking the human, I think, has become newly important. Again, Sylvia Wynter, the Jamaican philosopher, talks about that we're trapped within a monohumanist notion of the human, and how I find that conceptualization very important. And the human as naturally, secular, liberal, competitive, aggressive, etc., but the human is much more than that. So how do we move towards many other ontologies of the human, so that we also can move towards many other ways of dwelling on the earth, relearning how to live in a living cosmos and a living earth. Okay, so this is the main part, and can we use this one? No. Okay. Okay. So great. This is an attempt, again, work in progress, hypothesis, of going beyond sort of the standard modern social theory. In the book of Relationality, we have a whole chapter about why modern knowledge, modern sciences, modern social theory is still trapped within the confines of the Enlightenment episteme, within the confines of the onto-epistemic configuration of modernity, and why it has been impossible for it always the contradiction in modern social theory that's very clear at the level of critique, but it's not very clear at the level of practice. It leaves the practice to others, we academics. And thinking in terms of these 5 concepts: ontologies, narratives, infrastructure designs, practices, bodies, territories. And there are many ways of doing it. The idea is that there is no hierarchy here. Although ontologies on top could be in the bottom, ontologies are sort of embedded in narratives, and narratives are creating infrastructures give rise to designs enact and enacted through practices, in particular bodies and territories, and so forth and so forth. So the loops, well, that's okay. So the loops are the sort of in a way they are loops, and they are self-reinforcing sometimes, self-organizing sometimes, but there is no great importance in one or the other. So moving to a different configuration of this is what when we think about transitions as moving between these configurations. So transitions, the shift into entanglements. So again, these are entanglements. And so there might be n iterations. It's a recursive kind of logic that goes through a different configuration, and the different entanglements and configurations are entangled within themselves as well. So I'll show you a few other diagrams like this to make it a bit more clear, I hope. So the idea is that the transition is against moving beyond and against terricide, the killing of the earth in all its forms, as the Mapuche indigenous women have been telling us for quite a while, and towards care-based transitions that are based on a new philosophy of life, a new way of being human-centered on life, and building economies and societies, politics along those lines. Okay. So this is just playing around. I think anybody can imagine your own loops, or your own especially loops that move beyond dualisms. So we want to move towards non-dualist ontologies and non-dualist ways of thinking. You want to approach and move towards a relational way of thinking. Then we can imagine all kinds of different loops. For instance, let me put the names now. Let me just put the whole thing. And the names are very professional. So concepts that are very important, at least in this kind of emerging literatures, I think today, the world is alive. It's a world of pansentience. These terms come from Brian Goodwin. I don't know if Gideon is here, Terry, but we know very well what this is about. And so we are within this evolving cosmogenesis from the time of the Big Bang until today. That's quantum physics as well, asserts that the universe is an unbroken whole. That's David Bohm's sentence that I mentioned yesterday. So matter and energy, consciousness, form, pattern, order, ends in naturalized space and place. And then the transitions are about returning and moving towards that cosmogenesis again, going through this cycle of rethinking how matter and energy and consciousness are entangled together, create forms and patterns, and then connecting with all possible loops or entanglements, interdependence, which is the other very important one. And if we accept that interdependence is the real foundation of life, as we argued yesterday, then the only possible ethics and politics is an ethics of love and compassion and care. Umberto Maturana and Francisco Varela talk about love in that sense as a foundation. It's not as a moral question, but as a foundational biological nature of all organisms. And so how do we plan otherwise? How we build cities that care? How we reroute on place, and then how do we rebuild relationality and non-duality again, and this is what yesterday we called presency, and the politics of presency. Designing as the healing of the way of life. And I think I have two more. This is, you will know this, the one on the left very well. Paul is here, I think, somewhere, and we were talking about this precisely in his house the other day. So this enframing ontology that Heidegger also talks about gives mastery over nature, and that in today's contemporary period, especially the silicon chip and recombinant DNA was super important in bringing this mastery over nature to a different level, to the atomic level, to the molecular level, to the genetic level, and then I Become Death. Some of you might remember this famous sentence by Robert Oppenheimer, I think in a hearing in Congress when he was questioned about the atom bomb, quoting the Bhagavad Gita, he says, I become death, we have become death, our civilization has become death. So a civilizational death that today gives us ChatGPT and continues to be trapped in the ontology of enframing and mastery over nature and blah blah. So how do we move beyond that? And how do we move beyond that means how do we go beyond a dualist mind ontology? The ontology of observers and observed, that secular cybernetics and many other philosophical traditions debunked. But we continue to exist within a world designed by the division between observer and observed. We continue to believe that a real that is in many ways unreal. So emptiness at the end, and I won't try to get into that today, but it's the Buddhist concept of radical non-duality. This is a very special loop. I call it the most toxic loop of existence. The economy. The economy is the most naturalized and more deadly and damaging ontology. And we know the history of that. Cal Polanyi wrote one of the most interesting books about that in The Great Transformation. The economy became so naturalized, it has trapped us completely and it has designed the world completely. An ontology and a narrative of neoclassical economics becomes infrastructures, becomes designs, becomes practice, it becomes bodies, territories, and we all are that. We are all home economicus. We are all economic beings in that sense. We cannot not be that. So how do we struggle against that? Especially as we think about transition design, and we, the modern tribe, so we have to change everything. So it's a playing with words. With Naomi Klein's book, This Changes Everything, about the energy crisis, but we have to change everything in the sense that getting out of this economization and technologization of life is so important. And this is what the modern West cannot hear. We are too trapped within this ontology to really hear it. So that's why going to the peripheries is so important. The summary, the end of the hypernormalization call for the symposium is really wonderful, and let's ends with these wonderful two sentences. Let's time travel, let's swim in dreams. And I think it's so wonderfully said. I mean, the whole thing is wonderfully said. How would the world look like according to a different set of ontologies? So I'm going to skip over this, but we can talk a little bit about that. David Bond's book is very useful, this particular one. I found this book relatively recently, from 2011, How the Hippies Saved Physics. And it's a great chapter in the history of physics, and especially about quantum physics. Very well explained, very well carried out. And the connection, the entanglement, again, that was at the beginning of quantum physics, but then it was buried by the post-World War II development of physics, in renormalization of physics. And how it came back with hippie physicists especially the San Francisco Bay Area in the 1970s, 1980s, when they encountered consciousness and matter and the non-duality between matter and consciousness, obviously with the hallucinogenic experience as well, and there was the good, the bad, and the ugly. There was thinking about the paranormal, thinking about many things, but at the same time really engaging with the new, these new ideas. Of this, I will just say again, I showed this yesterday, that what is the key of relationality more abstractly is in a relational ontology of radical interdependence. Nothing exists intrinsically by itself. Nothing exists intrinsically by itself. I don't exist as I am. I exist, but that's only partial truth, a relative truth. The absolute truth, and this comes from many traditions, not only Buddhism but also from many indigenous traditions, is that there is all continuity. We are all part of this endless flow of life. And so everything is mutually constituted. That's relatively easy to understand conceptually, but to bring it down and to live according to the insights of relationality is extremely difficult. Trying to do it, and because the world is designed on the basis of the ontology separation, on the two and three flows. Okay. So a little bit about cities. I will run very quickly through the city parts because you know it much better than I do. So reimagining the city, that was the call from the hypernormalization. How do we reimagine cities and cities of the future? And of course, there's a lot of imagining of cities going on. Again, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Hundertwasser, one of the pioneers, and artificial intelligence creates all these kinds of wonderful possibilities for urban walls. I found this sort of a Gaudi-esque kind of imagination. But the question for me is, go back to the question, what is a city? And the question of what is a city is connected to the question of what is real, what is the real. And Italo Calvino, most of you I'm sure have read Invisible Cities, or more his work. Calvino and Borges are so interesting because they are those authors that can create a whole universe in one or two pages and then dismantle the whole universe at the end, in the last sentence. It's quite unbelievable. So, what is a city? A city is its practices, its materiality, its people, its inhabitants, its dreams, its goings and comings. It is all of that, and recovering that materiality of the city, thinking from inside it, as ethnographers would do. Abdul Malik Simon's work, some of you might have come across his work, is very interesting in that connection because he discovers that in doing that work in really large slums in which he worked in Southeast Asia, in particular, he finds these amazing other cities proliferating in the margins of the so-called formal cities. And Maturana is always great for complicating the notion of reality. What is reality? What is the real? The real is something that we really make up every day. And we're trapped with a very narrow conception of the real. And the narrow conception of the real comes, of course, from the dualist ontology of modern science and modern social science. This, I won't say much about this because we already discussed it yesterday a bit, but the hypernormalization that is going on today, I mentioned very briefly passing Latin American, the Latin American model of lower middle class and up, of urban development in gated communities, profoundly anti-ecological, delocalizing, decommunalizing, and that's supposed to be the ideal, and what can we do about that as architects and designers. Livable proximity, how are we doing with time? Do I have like 20 more minutes or 10 more minutes?
20.
It started at 9:05, I think. Okay. Let me skip the part about cities for now. I mentioned a little bit of that yesterday. Just this very quickly. This is something that came up little by little as I was thinking particularly for some presentations with the Milano Politecnico and Ezio City. If we think in terms, the cities in terms of energy, technology, economy, and space, place, and time all together, then we can talk about this existence of a modern, monohumanist, monoversal city. And this is the city, of course, that is deeply entangled with patriarchal capitalism, the carbon economy, and then we can think about how would that be to modify that to as a post-carbon, re-earth city, a pluriversal modern human city that cares, city proximity, agropolitan, aquapolitan, and urbanized, and those are terms that I'm going to talk a little bit about in a minute. Okay. This I'm going to skip as well, maybe with the exception of mentioning that something that actually I was thinking a few days ago, the algorithmization of life and machine learning, so-called machine learning. And that there's another loop there. So humans train machines to learn, and then machines retrain humans to learn how to be human. So humans train machines to be human, to think like human, and the machines in turn are teaching us and re-teaching us how to be human. It's some kind of strange logic right there, but machine learning writ large. Many of you probably know the work of Elise Iturbi, architect who's worked on this carbon modernity and how do we have to transition beyond carbon modernity, and a kind of non-extractive architecture, which I think is a very interesting and very important point. I want to get to the last slides. And of course, this is very well known now, the modern human city, the modern human urbanism, the multiplicity of the others that inhabit the city, how do we rethink the city from that perspective, and foresting as opposed to reforesting, biophilic urbanism, agrihood, urban agrihood. This is from Detroit, and many, as you know, much better than I do, some interesting things going on in Detroit. In the master's workshop yesterday, there was quite a bit about very interesting discussion about what to do with cities that are deindustrializing, parts of cities that are deindustrializing, and that's again. Let me see what is here. Yeah, looking from the perspective of the subaltern groups, how they re-territorialize the city, how they reappropriate the city, the ontological reorganization of the territory, region and otherwise. How do we think bioregions, and how groups excel region their existence? And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment again in the context of this. So the last 10 minutes or so that I have at the most, I'll devote to this. This is our project in Colombia, started in 2018, so about 7 years ago. It started very slowly. It's beginning to develop a transition design project. And I want to acknowledge here the pioneering role of the transition design group here at Carnegie Mellon. This is one of the definitions of transition designs. And there are many transition design projects, experiments going on in different parts of the world, each developing in its own line these ideas about transition, which makes it a very rich movement. So this is in a region, the Cauca River bioregion in Colombia. The southern tip of the region is a region that has been ruined ecologically and socially by at least 100 colonial, really colonial times, but especially in the last 100 years of development based on sugarcane monoculture, extensive cattle ranching, and industrial development. collective which is anchored in a Black feminist cultural center in the city of Cali, Black women's cultural center in the city of Cali, but working with communities both in rural areas and in urban areas. This is the growth of sugarcane, exponential growth, especially since the early 20th century to today. It has basically colonized the whole valley, which is a vast valley, very fertile, beautiful valley between two Andean mountain chains. And food sovereignty, very important in the project. And the three sites where we are working, the first one is in Cali, so it's an urban site, and the second and the third one are in the small towns, rural areas, all adjacent to the larger Cauca River Valley basin. And we have developed a project in which we have these different nodes, both geographical and territorial and sociopolitical nodes, working towards justice along the lines of 5 threads: justice, food, different justices, food sovereignty, water, climate change, and territorial planning, and transformative alternatives. So right now there are what you call transformative alternatives. Is relatively small developments and experiments going on by grassroots communities themselves who are advancing along the lines of those 5 threads. 3 collaboratories. We have a collaboratory for transition for thought and design, transition narratives. How do we build new transition narratives for the region, which are crucial? Critical cartography and territorial design. The reusing the cartography and doing collective cartographies with people on the ground, and the design axis, economic and productive transformations for sovereignty, eco-ontological restoration. We call it eco-ontological because to restore an ecosystem entails really to restore an entire world-making practice, an entire world, different pluriverse or worlds, and reparations, which are very important in the context of Afro-diasporic people and indigenous people. I'm going to go over this. I can send you this to information about that, anybody who would like to. So, access for redesigning. How do we think? This is a useful device again that we have found for thinking about redesigning and transitioning in terms of recommunalization of social life. How do we bring back and rebuild communities? Relocalization, especially of economic practices, to the extent that they can be relocalized. Building autonomy, local autonomy at the local level, because without autonomy there cannot be any possibility that recommunalization and relocalization can go anywhere. Depatriarchalization, deregionalization, and decolonization of social relations, transitions, reintegration with the earth, and building meshworks across these alternatives, some kind of networks that begin to relink meshworks, rhizomes. There are many ways of saying it today, among the different, in our bioregion, but beyond the bioregion, including eventually in other countries. I'm going to skip over this. And this is the last one, I think. Yep. So, we are all designers. This is kind of a more or less accepted formula now, at least in these alternative design circles. So it means we have the responsibilities for the loops of life, entanglements in which we participate through entities of care. This kind of transitions can start anywhere and anywhere in entanglements as well. And we can think about transition design as a practice of healing of the web of life, a space for reforming and renorming the urban, new forms and new norms, not the norms that are normalizing and hypernormalizing. And we we as these urban designers, as mindful and effective weavers and repairers of the measure of life. Thank you.
Professor, are there any questions? If you have, please do just come to the microphones in the front and ask your questions.
Any comment or question is welcome, especially about the category diagrams. Do they make sense to you? Do they make sense?
I thank you for such an inspiring keynote. Talking about quantum entanglement, I was wondering, you're talking about like the hippies saving physics. I recently read the Tao of Physics, and so I'm wondering, did that have, and I don't know, like with transition design, can you speak a little bit more about that, and also dreaming worlds into being? Dreaming new worlds into being, and like another consciousness potentially that's like parallel to our own.
Great question. You mentioned the Tao of Physics, right? The French of Capra, which actually figures prominently in the book about how the hippies save physics. So Capra was originally from the Czech Republic, I guess, was a physicist, trained as a physicist, and eventually became connected with counterculture movements and Buddhism and so forth, and wrote this book called The Tao of Physics that became very well known, actually became a bestseller, in which made the connection between Taoism and quantum physics, and which is a connection that many people are making today. I jumped over one of the slides for a group in Japan as well that is incorporating Taoism, Confucianism, animism into design as a different kind of ontology. And that connects with the question of consciousness. That's very important. So we think usually in terms of the dichotomy between matter and consciousness. But for many of these trends about thinking about entanglement, matter and consciousness are not distinct. They are indistinguishable. Matter is consciousness, consciousness is matter. So how do we come to think seriously about that hypothesis? And many people dismiss very quickly, including dismiss today, as being, that's not really real science, that's new age, that's hippie nonsense. But if we look seriously, and this is again the argument about looking at the peripheries of world of thinking and action. If we look at the peripheries of thinking and action, what we find is that consciousness comes up really right up there. And if you work with people like, indigenous Americans, First Nations, Afro-descendants, and many other people, and even many young people looking into these kinds of new spiritualities and the sacred, including new shamanic experiences, you find is a concern with consciousness and spirituality. So the question for me has become, how do we move from a very destructive consciousness to a care-based consciousness, to a healing consciousness? And how do we do it without surrendering consciousness to a secondary place? To say, well, consciousness is just ideology, consciousness is ideas, consciousness is just beliefs. No, consciousness is it, and matter is it. Yesterday, and the workshop we were talking about the memories of matter. The memories of matter are consciousness as well. So that's what I said yesterday. That sounds a little bit esoteric, but what I'm finding, what is most interesting is this kind of coming together again of kind of new materialisms, but materialisms that don't deny the existence of consciousness and the importance of dreaming even. I mean, many indigenous ontologies and cosmologies, dreaming is very important. And the dream comes also with the question of time and linear time. But I don't want to go into time because that's a whole different discussion. So, yes, consciousness is re-emerging. There's a new interest as well in the work of somebody I knew very because I went to a Jesuit elementary and high school, a French Jesuit paleontologist and anthropologist by the name of Pierre Teilhard-de-Chardin. Almost nobody knows his work anymore, but he coined in the 1926, he with Vladimir Vernadsky, coined the concept of the noosphere, of the biosphere, an amazing Russian biologist that then influenced Lynn Margulis and Dorian Sagan and Gaia theory and all these different things. Coined the term noosphere. Noosphere was coined by Vernadsky, Teilhard, and another philosopher, physicist in France. And there has always been, the noosphere has been floating around in the sphere of sort of alternative thinking, but people are going back to that concept, including this very interesting concept to think the noosphere is the sphere of thinking, the sphere of consciousness, that comes with evolution. Evolution is the increased complexity of evolution brings increased complexity of consciousness. Even in consciousness, for many physicists, consciousness is there from the get-go. I think this famous sentence by Freeman Dyson, a well-known physicist, who says that, speaks something along those lines, and I lost what I was going to end up with. But yes, anyways, yes. What I find, consciousness, what I find very problematic in many of these people that are going back to consciousness and the noosphere, is that it's very celebratory. But consciousness has been colonized. So we just had to really pay attention to how the noosphere has been colonized in the in the early days of cyberspace and the internet. People were very enthusiastically speaking about the age of collective intelligence has come up and collective consciousness of humanity, but it became progressively colonized as the internet became progressively colonized. So how do we liberate the sphere of thought, the sphere of consciousness, for universal designing for whatever we want? So thank you for the question.
Thanks again, Professor. Maybe as a follow-up, you mentioned yesterday and a little bit today about the term the periphery, and I'm wondering, as a sort of space of sort of vital ingenuity, and there's obviously the potential of looking towards the periphery and the risk of this, again, this colonization. Looking towards the periphery and this potential for it to be recolonized. Is there a pattern or form that could maybe design for the maintenance of many peripheries in a regenerative way? So how do we ensure through design that peripheries are produced but they're not colonized, and that we can maintain that functional diversity and expand it through time?
Okay, another excellent question. Thank you. So how do we prevent, in a way, the pluriverse from becoming recolonized? And it's happening already. I mean, there's people, these ideas of the pluriverse, which originally would take the original political intent of the pluriverse from the Zapatista. A world where many worlds fit. The Zapatistas say, when they emerged in 1984, we do not want inclusion into your world. Your world is a product of death, neoliberal globalization. We want a world where many worlds fit. And then, this whole elaboration of that by many people. But that pluriversal imagination continues, and again, it has been rendered into, in some places, into something that can be manageable. It's a question of management. How do we manage the pluriverse? How do we manage the emergence of new ways of thinking about the world, but that in the end reproduce the monoverse in one way or another. The universes of modernity, they are not unquestioned, remain questions. And there is nothing wrong with the universes of modernity, with modernity itself. What is wrong with modernity itself is how the universals became so colonizing and dominating and dominant. So this re-emergence, this is always that groups are always concerned with and aware of in many ways. But working towards these ideas fall back into, it's very easy to slide back into the monoverse, to all of the monoverse of one another, but it's going back and forth all the time. Because, again, the conditions are very antagonistic towards the previous. The conditions are more and more towards a higher level of monoversality, which admits some degrees of difference, or whatever difference can there be there, as long as the monoversality is not threatened, as not challenged. So it's a political question, it's a strategic question, it's an ontological question, but it's a question of practice in the last instance. How do we experiment with different ways of working, of designing, that do not, and that's the concept of transformative alternative. What is a real, genuine transformative alternative? And it's just open questions in both critical social theory and activist practice. How do we know that our supposed transformative alternative is not being recolonized? And how we keep an awareness of that and yet engage with it and go with it to the extent that we can.
Good morning again, Professor, and I just want to continually thank you for your restorative filling, like I'm intellectually satisfied. Thank you so much. Okay? You keep saying that you don't want to talk much about time. Can you spend some time talking about time, please? Because in your framings of, like, you go back ethnographically to these very rich cultures and practices. I love how you cite who authors are and geographically how broad they are. And so my question is, around time, there's local time, community time, capitalist time, political time, like there's so many different times within which we dwell. And there's modernity attempts to collapse time in a way that messes us all up, right? How might you encourage us, or what might you tell us? So tell us about time and how we ought to think about time and how we consider time as a revolutionary practice, whether in our pedagogy, in the way we do our work, in our engagements, historically. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
I think you said it so well that it's, but let me add a couple of things. It's not a coincidence, I think, that when this is a truism for me, that when somebody's thinking about something that seems to be new in some part of the world, it's because it's already emerging in many other parts of the world. And that makes it exciting. And it goes against the idea of originality. So time, what is this interesting time beginning to resurface? There was a rebirth of interest in space in social theory, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Edward Soja and all these people. But time was always in the background. Time was always kind of naturalized. And naturalized as the time, the universal time, the absolute time, the objective time. And what is that? That's the time of modernity. That has a long genealogy in the history of capitalism and the history of modernity. Michel Foucault has written some of the great books about, indirectly at least, about the colonization of space and time, especially in the book Discipline and Punish. They are going to be read a bit for the symposium. And the time became infrastructure, linear time, infrastructure in all we do. But at the same time, as you were saying, all of these other ways of thinking about time and living in time and with time persisted and are already there. Many of them were originated, but they are already there. And even in our daily lives, I mean, when we go out for dinner and we don't, for feel the dictates of just going quickly back home because you need to work. You're rebelling a bit against that tyranny of time that has become even worse with the digital age, the digital technologies. So there are two trends, I think. One is pluralizing time. So time is plural. There are many ways of thinking about time. Yeah, indigenous peoples have a way to think about time, and people that live in the countryside, environmentalists have a different way of thinking about time. How do we think about time in relation to trees, in relation to forests, in relation to ecosystems? What would happen if we redesign our thinking and our designs from the perspective of how long it takes for a particular species to come back? So everything changes if we think from that perspective. Everything we do in a city, everything we do in the world will change if we think from the perspective of a bird or a tree or an insect or an ecosystem as a whole. But especially in the context of many indigenous traditions and Black traditions and East Asian traditions, just to give a name, the notions of circular time, spiral time, the time that goes back and forth. The time, very interesting for many indigenous groups, the past is not behind, but is ahead, because it's what you can see. The future is behind, because the future is than what you cannot see. So if we start with that, then the whole thing changes. The whole idea changes. One of the slides that I had yesterday said, this is from this radical indigenous design group in the US, but also from Black quantum futurism, that the time, the slide said, dear ancestor, your future is over. Your future is over. So we moderns cannot continue constructing our worlds in such a way that the future is going to be an extension of the past or of the present, because that future is over. That future has no future. So how do we think about futures that have futures? How do we refuture our imagination? How we can regain the power to imagine our futures? Tony Fry, the same philosopher from Australia, talks about futuring and defuturing. So modern technology and modern urban life has been defuturing. It does away with the multiplicity of possible futures. So how can we refuture our futures? And thinking about time differently, again, is emerging as a new concern in both social theory and activist practice. And it's important, I always emphasize both in the academy and in the activist practice, because if we remain within the academy, we tend to recolonize those topics that are emerging in different paths.
Thank you so much, Professor Escobar, for a really wonderful provocation. Please give him a round of applause. We'll take about a 3-minute break. There's still refreshments outside. Again, thank you for coming early. So you can just get some refresher for tea, coffee, and so on. And then we should get started at 9:05. So please do get back by then.
volume 1 of Capital. And he says the following: "It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves, which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things." I'll capture that again. The fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. It's something very interesting, and Marx always used religion to compare questions that relate to ideology, and in this case, the topic that I'm going to be touching a lot, which is called fetishism. And he says, there the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. So it is the world of commodities, which, with the products of men's hands, labor, I call this the fetishism, which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they're produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. Well, I'm going to try to explain exactly what Marx tried to do with this passage. And I wish I had the time to actually explain so many other things that come with this passage, but I decided just to focus on this. And he's referring here to a concept that he developed that was called the fetishization of commodities. And it was his way, actually, of talking about normalization. It was his way of discussing questions of the naturalization of the forms in which capital reproduces in society, and vice versa, society just reproduces the needs of capital. And so I will also continue with these two distinct definitions that come from me, and that's how the way I define when I start to think about hypernormalization. In my way, it's not a modern affective condition. It is actually a phenomenological expression of commodity fetishism under late capitalism. And what I mean is that it naturalizes capital's abstractions. So a value, rent, profit, efficiency, and into self-evident urban logics, making a crisis appear as a political dysfunction. And this is, for me, very important, because thinking our world through the lens of normalization or hypernormalization, it's, for me at least, thinking on the world as the way things are. And rather than, what I'm coming here to talk about, a necessary expression of the contradictions of capital. So in short, for me, the word normalization, hypernormalization, as I try to get into Curtis and all the other Russians and all people who are talking about it, is that they forget to express precisely the contradictions of capital. They tend to focus on many other things. Now, for Marx, and this is a better explanation of the quote, he looks at the inversion of the normal, right, through which social relations among people, among us, appear as relationships amongst things. And in commodities, prices, contracts, and legal forms, human powers are displaced into objects which then seem to act on their own. And this is what Marx actually would take as normalization, right? They're their own things, they're normalized, this is the way things should be. And they become natural normal. So for Marx, this is not a mere illusion, but it is reproduced materially in our physical world, in everyday exchange, in law, in administration, and so forth and so on. So, bear with me with this theoretical entry, and then I will talk about urbanization and so forth. But hypernormalization, in short, describes the experience of stabilized dysfunction, and fetishism reveals the mechanisms that stabilizes it. Hypernormalization, for me, is the surface effect. Fetishism is the social cause. So, to get more from the abstract into more like what I'm going to focus as examples, I decided to work on how this inversion of the normal works according to the concepts of fetishization. So abstraction, which is a word that Marx used a lot, would be, from a capitalist perspective, heterogeneous labor, so for example, steel workers and politicians, architects, or policymakers. And all the labor of these people, which basically all our labor, gets translated immediately under our current form of social relation, which is capital, into prices, metrics, and political concepts. Right? Now, in the inversion that Marx discusses, things or commodities, the market, risk models, policies appear active, appear to have a life of their own. In short, they appear normal. And people, us, appear passive within those objects that have been created. So therefore, the view of capital in relationship to, I guess, us towards these active things is that these active things become normal. Now, the naturalization of these things are outcomes that look like normal properties of systems rather than the results of historically specific power relations. And I'm going to frame these in my next slides a lot. Now, before I do this, I didn't introduce myself in the way properly Circular Health speaking here about these philosophical concepts. I'm an academic, but I've taken academia as in a very different light. I consider myself more a practitioner. So I've built a series of practices, and currently Urban Front is someone that I developed with geographers called David Hardy that we've collaborated for many years. And these practices has been actually my work, right? And my work now is to theorize them, because I love theory, but at the same time putting it in concrete situations. So I come basically from both worlds. I'm going to explain this concept from a very simple thing, rent hikes, right? So all of us that I rent, have experienced, rent hikes. And we can see protests all over the world in relationship to rent hikes. Now, for us, they appear as the market is moving. But in reality, the movement condenses a lot of things that we don't see, which is what Marx would say that the fetish hides, right? So what we see is a relationship that the market or the economy is bad. I mean, that cites a little bit to what Arturo was mentioning. But it doesn't say what this thing condenses. In this case, do we talk about landlord power? Do we talk about debt relationships? About zoning decisions? About wage suppression of academics, of architects, of whoever it is, by the leading classes? Now, in our world, fetishism, or we fetishize this, if we understand this as a fetish, that makes the social power be read as an objective property of housing under capitalism. So whereas the majority of us practitioners, I was trained like that, we tend to see only the surface appearance, going back to my concept, the normalization of things. My retraining has been to not see that at all, because that for me tells us nothing. What I am working on all the time, and my colleagues, is looking at what are the properties that create this condition of rent hikes. So in the fetishization concept, I'm going in the critique of the fetish, is very different from the hypernormalization, which is the feeling that this movement is normal and unchangeable. Now, I'm going to use another very fast example, which is infrastructure. We all know that the infrastructure collapse of the United States, and I cannot tell you more than that. I mean, it hasn't been sustained, maintained, right? And normally, the failure of this infrastructure is narrated as aging assets or technical problems, technical lacking. If I work on the critique of fetishism, I see that it hides a lot of things that we normally don't address as designers or as people working in the field, which are, budgeting choices, privatization deals, and class priorities, which are sedimented and into the concrete, and in this case, of course, the concrete of the construction things. In my form of understanding hypernormalization, it makes the chronic breakdown feel routine, right? Like, of course, it's going to collapse, it's not being maintained, but I don't know why, but the power of capital has taken us the power of relationality, which Arturo is working around, which has been with humans since, anthropologists have actually been detecting humans thousands of years ago, 10,000 years ago, and so on. The only culture that is known to actually work on this type of normalization is the culture that has been brought by capitalist forms of social relation, right? Anything before that, even during feudal times, relationality was part of human forms of thinking, right? So, in a way, the way that I explain Marx to my students is a person that actually managed to understand this, and he actually developed very interesting concepts that if I have time, perhaps during the questions, we can talk about, which is, for example, the metabolic rift. This is the moment where Marx was talking about precisely what I'm saying. Past cultures, right, having a relational understanding of nature, for example, in this case, of metabolism, feedback loops, and so forth. But through capital, that was substituted by something that's called positivism, which I wish I had so much time to talk about this, but perhaps I will. So I'm just going to read the thing, or actually the little text, because I know time's passing, but hypernormality fits seamlessly into the crisis solution epistemology. Now, I'm a person that hates the word solution, right? Actually, I believe that we should all take it out of the vocabulary, because nothing can be solved, because everything is always in motion. And that idea that you can solve an issue, you can solve world hunger, or you can solve poverty, or you can solve gentrification, or you can solve racism, and so forth, is part of that logic of positivism that modern science, modernity, and so on has brought us, right? I assume that Arturo knows the work of Lynn Margulis very well, right? I also do the work of Carolyn Merchant, I'm not sure if you have, which are people that from the scientific perspective started to read positive science is actually terrible, right? We have to see the world from, metabolic relationships to nature and all of that. And they advanced from the scientific perspective, that, right? Marx, in a way, was the philosopher that advanced this in philosophy, right? The understanding of that relationality, which of course he deemed dialectical materialism and dialectics. So I'm going to skip into the disrupting the fetishization of rent hikes, which is the example I put here. So I already said that in the fetish form, rents keep going up. And that for us is something that is normal, that it has to happen because that's what the market does. It is natural. It's always been there, and that's life. Right? That's basically how things should be. The capitalist essence of this thing is landlord leverage plus zoning, weak tenant power, financialization, high leverage acquisitions, mortgage-backed refinancing, real estate investment trust, private equity, interest rates, and so forth, right? And from the perspective of my practice, which is urban front, we see all the question of the rent hikes from a dialectical perspective. And what we do when we work with governments right now, most of our work is with governments, is talk to them about questions of ownership. So how could we expand non-speculative tenure, municipal, social housing, community land trust, limited equity models? We also look in different rules, which seems strong rent regulations or stabilizations, good cost evictions, vacancy, land value taxation, deflate speculative models, etc. But we also work a lot in the finance space and so many other spaces I just put to here. Public mission-driven development banks, which we're trying now to develop one right now in Mexico. Convert private debt into social ownership, regulate acquisitions. I'm trying to convince the president of Mexico to get rid of the real estate investment trust, which is not an easy task. And redirect subsidies, assets, and so forth. So in short, in the conception of our praxis, what we mean by designing is actually focusing on what the fetishization, if we understand what is being fetishized, right? What is actually underneath the sort of surface level of things, which is what normalization would do. So what feels normal is the form in which domination is rendered natural. So in our work, we directly confront how hypernormalized crisis is sustained not by false beliefs, but material structures of fetishized abstractions. So for us, the point is not to wake people up, but to restructure the social relationships that produce the appearance of permanence. So I'm going to go with two examples, and I'm going to talk a lot about Mexico because I'm right now, after this session tomorrow, I will go to Mexico, because I'm working like almost all the time there, and it coincides that I'm Mexican, but I haven't lived in Mexico for such a long time. So it's not, I would say it's not a nationalistic impulse, it's just that that's happening. One of the things that Urban Front has been doing is only targeting or working with progressive, what we deem progressive governments. So we don't work with any other entity. And so from several years ago, the current president of Mexico contacted us to help her do a series of things. And right now we're working on trying to develop cooperative housing in Mexico. So in the fetish form, normally what I guess is taught in most universities, because I've experienced it, is that we have to regularize informality through titling, like giving property titles, so the market actually can work. And as a matter of fact, Lula did that, right? I mean, and it's not an uncommon thing. Advised by a lot of economists, of course. From a capitalist perspective, informality is the flexible frontier of accumulation. Once the titles are given to people, land values are lifted for future capturing of more capital. Upgrading becomes a prelude for displacement, which is what we have seen actually that happens. In Medellin, that's exactly what happened with all of the social urbanism that was put in place. No? So our work right now in Mexico is a dialectical transformation. So it's a shift from market incorporation to collective stabilization. So we're working on public to social land banks, developing that. Cooperative regularization, because Mexico does not have cooperatives, housing cooperatives. Well, they have, like, but with my hands, right? And they're very rare. The law doesn't support them. Public investments, service investments, non-market tenure, neighborhood level stewardship bodies, and so forth. So our work falls in this, right? Not in anything that has to do with the physical forms of the city, which for us, that's already too late, right? That's the surface perspective. And sadly, this is how most architects are taught to work on, right? And I guess this is part of the provocation, because I see in this room there might be a lot of architects that I want to put in place. So I forgot to mention with the thing we're doing in Mexico City, which is very similar, right? We're working on rent stabilization programs. As a matter of fact, the Mexico City just about a month ago announced it, right? That they're going to start with rent stabilization. For us, it's a temporary policy so that we can start working on social rent and other concepts that are part of the project. I will leave you with this thing, which is my quick guide to unmasking the normal, right? Which is just a repetition of what I just said, which is appearance, which is a fetish, should be discussed in what is the capitalist essence of that appearance, and in which forms can we dialectically transform that appearance. Right? It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's not. Okay? And we have to expose the fetish, what appears natural and normal. Right? We just cannot just do it like this is just normal. All the world is, everything is normalized. You know, fascism is normalized, etc. Because for us, it's not a productive concept. Right? That's almost like too punishing for what we. So it's a passive. We see it as a very passive concept. The third point is that we have to grasp relationships. So if we want to expose the fetish, we have to discuss property, rent, credit, finance, policy, law, etc., etc. And that's the way that we have constituted Urban Front. Which there are some architects, yes, in the organization. We're like 23 right now. But yeah, I mean, we have to bring from every place. In short, what I'm trying to say is that architects are terribly educated, right? The way they're educated now is just to serve basically the upper classes. And that's been since the Renaissance, since Alberti's treatise and all of these type of things, right? So it's nothing like that. So decorators of power, basically. Or decorators of what they think is alternative, progressive, but in reality they're just been working on the surface of things, on the conditions of the normal. And then the last part, of course, is to intervene and reorganize all of these relationships. And I like that word a lot. It's not to fix. Fixing has a kind of solution perspective, but what we're always searching for is to alter, right? To truly transform. And we've had a few years of that. This is the last quote, my quote, that I will finish because I have to give publicity. After so many years of praxis, of anti-capitalist praxis, that's the way I like to call it, I'm finally, sitting down and producing a second book, right? So the first book was in 2011, it was about neoliberalization and urbanization, but in this one, the title is called Urban Praxis for a World Without Future, right? And this is something that I grabbed from my manuscript. We must abandon the fantasy that crisis is a mistake to be corrected. It's not. Crisis is the actual rhythm of capital. Our task, I think, is to not normalize it, but to destroy its choreography. And for me, this is where design should be busy on, and not in what we have been taught that design is. So I'm sorry I didn't put pictures, but how can I put pictures of policies or meetings or of the material, which is the things that mostly we work on. The last thing that we worry about is actually urban form. And so this is something that it has become very difficult. To Lisa, you've seen my presentation before, and I have all kinds of crazy diagrams that explain this in diagrams. But today I thought it would be a very dry presentation because if we don't focus on how much we fetishize things, there is no transition, let's put it this way, right? Because we'll always keep on working on the normal. And that is the thing that we first have to destroy. That means destroying architecture faculties the way they are, right? Or creating a new kind, which is what we're trying to do. I mean, I in the new school, I have developed, I started a graduate program that's called the Urban Ecologies program, which that's what we've been trying to do. I mean, to create a completely different, agenda for pedagogy, but it's still a university, right? So we'll talk about that later. I hope it was a bit clear. I focused on one concept that there's so many things I would love to talk about. But for the moment, I'll leave you with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Lisa for the invite. Thank you to Sarosh for helping us make sense of our sort of collective thoughts. And thank you to Professor Escobar for being here with us, joining us, and framing so many of these questions. On January 20th, 19th century here, scores of visitors gathered outside a small, single-storied, gable-roof building outside along a dusty road in the neighborhood of Ankelsaria in Lahore. This was for the opening of the Punjab Exhibition of Arts and Industry. The plans for the building by an engineer called Edwin Baines had only been approved about 6 or 8 months earlier, and 1,000 bricklayers and carpenters and joiners had been called to get this construction done. This somewhat modest and small scale of this building belies some of its more territorial ambitions and its entanglements. Beneath its ceiling of wooden trusses and rafter beams, the exhibition hall contained a wide collection of local products from different districts of Punjab. As other exhibitions in 19th century India, it was a site for colonial science to perform its own construction. As Gyan Prakash and others have written, and now quote Prakash, this was a site for the reordering, taxonomic reordering of, quote, native objects before native eyes, the kind of construction and performance of science as Western. But beyond enlisting these materials into the growing repositories of colonial science, the exhibition was also intended to bring Punjab and its resources into the fold of the central administration. Now, the context here is that Punjab had only just, about 15 years before this, in 1849, been annexed as the new province of British India. Although this was officially called the Punjab Exhibition of Arts and Industry, alongside crafts and manufactured products and machinery, its displays also included so-called raw products, which included metals and minerals, as well as, quote, products of the vegetable kingdom, such as grains and pulses, fruit and vegetables, grass seeds, dyes, gums, fibrous substances, medicinal plants, as well as specimens from different trees and shrubs, which had been gathered from Punjabi farmers, as well as European cultivators, amateur gardeners, botanists, and foresters. Now, visitors would have seen, for example, displays of, quote, and I'm quoting from the catalog that was published a few years later. It wasn't a catalog, it was a handbook. They decided a catalog was too small for something of this scale. Displays of, quote, fresh Malta oranges from Mr. Brandet's garden in Gujranwala, or an award-winning collection of timber species sent by Dietrich Brandeis, the German forester, who had been recently appointed as Inspector General of Forests in India. So in searching out, in classifying, and in systematically displaying these specimens from across the province, and giving prizes to standout items, the curators wanted to provide a stimulus for local farmers and to demonstrate what the province was capable of producing and to improve the region's resources. Now, in this context, improvement, which is a forerunner of the 20th century doctrine of development, perhaps also can be seen in the prehistory of things like progress, shorthands a wide range of economic, political, and technical efforts to bring colonized environments into circuits of capitalist value. These included territorial reorganization and enclosure, agricultural development, forestry and economic botany, as well as urban and sanitary reforms. In this context, rather than an isolated urban project, the Punjab exhibition, which in relocating all of these raw materials from the countryside to the provincial capital, indexes a much broader set of social, environmental, and economic transformations which colonialism had unleashed in Punjab. Oh, sorry, let me stay here for a second. While inundation agriculture had long been practiced in the fertile alluvial plains along Punjab's rivers, the semi-arid interfluvial areas, which are the doabs, the areas between rivers, had been sparsely cultivated and were home to cattle grazing pastoral populations. Starting in the 1850s, the colonial government initiated projects for extensive agricultural development through the building of vast networks of perennial irrigation canals and barrages, which would extend the reach of the river from their alluvial floodplains into these doab areas. Now, beyond a geographic extension, we also see, and I'm inspired by Professor Escobar's provocation to think about time, this was not just a geographic extension, but also an extension into time. If we think about what does perenniality means, it implies a constancy. So the very changing of the climate, canals were intended to change the climate, to extend the seasons, and to bring seasonality and time into quite different registers from where it had been. These efforts were also paralleled then by projects to expand scientific forestry, to build large-scale canal-irrigated plantations, which would then provide timber for colonial railways. The political economy of empire was then built on an environmental and technological imaginary of transforming millions of acres of so-called semi-arid desert wastelands into irrigated and intensely cultivated territory. This involved, of course, also the removal and replacement of indigenous pastoral groups into an ostensibly acquiescent settled populace. These large-scale transformations of the Indus Valley's water and landscapes, which have continued well into the post-colonial and into the present day, a post-colonial period and into the present day, have had long-lasting and disastrous impacts, the tericidio that Professor Escobar talked about. These include, of course, waterlogging and soil salinization, which started pretty much from day one, desertification, groundwater contamination, the prevalence of vector-borne diseases, and of course the devastating flooding which now the country experiences regularly. This image is only from about a week and a half ago in my city of Lahore, where the river Ravi flooded its banks. The continuing legacy of uneven spatial development, the severing of social and ecological relations through dispossession and displacement linked to these large-scale infrastructures is well documented. It undergirds the making normal of extreme weather in Pakistan today. But here I also want to think of perennial canals and forest plantations, as well as things like improved seeds and soils and monocrop agriculture as the infrastructures and instruments of colonial climate change in Punjab. I'm inspired here by the work of Isle Weissman on colonialities of climate change. He traces in his book, The Conflict Shoreline, he traces the threshold which marks the change from ostensible desert to intensively farmed, forested, and settled territory in Al-Nakab in Israel-occupied Palestine. In cartographic and meteorological readings, this line is naturalized in the form of the 200 millimeter isohyet, or the aridity line. And this indicates the minimum annual precipitation that is required to sustain cultivation without artificial irrigation. Weissman writes that this, quote, shoreline of the desert extends from northern Africa and the Middle East through the Nakab, across Syria, Afghanistan, and into Pakistan, indicating, quote, an ongoing historical process by which political developments have violently interacted with changing climatic conditions along this seam, end quote. Across this edge, colonialism creates the conditions for changing the climate, of pushing the desert back and making it bloom, and commensurately erasing indigenous life worlds. In thinking about the history of colonial improvement in Punjab and its enduring consequences, then, I take seriously Weissman's argument that, quote, the climate has always been a project for colonial powers, which have continuously acted to engineer it. And it is this register of intentionality that I think about, that I used to think about climate and changing climates in my book, which I'm working on, which is called The Intractable Garden, Improvement and Unruliness in Lahore's Landscapes. And in this book, I'm tracing some of the many ways in which the re-engineering of Punjab's semi-arid plains and scrub forests into ostensibly productive landscapes was not only a backdrop, but very much a driver of urban development in Lahore. Concepts such as waste and ruination were extended into the urban context. Lahore became, in different ways, a site, a testing ground, a dissemination hub, as we saw with the exhibition, for colonial climate change. Here, canal water was extended to irrigate government facilities and new suburban and residential developments. Urban gardens became sites to acclimatize imported species, to demonstrate the capacities of improved soils and plants, in efforts in large-scale planting and commodification. Gardeners who were trained along these lines in Lahore were then deputed to other parts of the province plant shows, nurseries, and demonstration gardens in the spirit of the exhibition ushered an enduring aesthetic of cultural, modern horticultural and landscape design. Large-scale forest plantations, but also elite bungalow gardens and roadside planting techniques became sites where the ideologies and infrastructures of improvement fused with and reshaped meanings of urban nature. These too were the architectures of colonial climate change. The Punjab exhibition is then one of many sites, projects and processes in Lahore through which the active and intentional efforts to change the very climate of Punjab were ritualized and normalized. In forming an archive of vegetal, arboreal, and earthly materials as aesthetically distinct and traceable objects, the spectacle and anarchy carried out the latent task of making improvement legible, making climate change second nature. Today, improvements, rehearsals, and afterlives abound in Lahore and everywhere. In its thirsty lawns, beautified highways, real estate ventures that mobilize horticultural paradigms, diminishing tree canopy, flooded riverbeds, contested peripheries, mosquito-infested waters, unbreathable air, and across different spaces in the urban landscape. The conscription of plant life towards capitalist value continues to cut the social and ecological pathways. The vagaries of and joys of care and maintenance are surrendered to more regimented and brutal regimes of labor and mechanized forms of upkeep. And the history of regional environmental modernity of colonial projects to change the climate continues to press on and normalize stratified urban landscapes and eviscerated ecologies. Yet, environment's logics, as they continue to pave over land and landscapes, they make it easy to miss other more diverse and unexpected forms and materialities and practices and aesthetics of urban nature. And these are also things I'm thinking about in my book, but which I won't talk about in this session. In my work, I'm interested in how, of course, improvement is always partial. It is always incomplete, and that's something that we need to keep remembering. Is it's that that incompleteness. But I also am interested in building community with those who look to other pasts and other places and other beings, which have been obscured but not altogether foreclosed by improvements rehearsals. Situated readings of the garden and garden-making practices and labors open up avenues to consider other types of inhabitations and embodiments and species relations that exist despite and against the normalizing Anthropocene logics of colonial climate change. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I think there was a typo up in my title. I'm going to switch my computer. It was supposed to be a wheat form, ode to trash, rather than weak form, but they're slightly related. I'm going to read excerpts from an article that I've written for a book called Robotic Landscapes, Designing for Unfinished, and in context of kind of instrumentalizing technology and design through some of the pedagogies that we've been working on with the students that intersect design, technology, and ecology. So what I'm showing and what I'm talking about is interrelated, but I'm not going to be describing the slides. So the title is Towards Biotechnological Indeterminacy, or How to Shovel with Pleasure to Care for the World, with all the acoustic background. So the cycle of nature's violence has always been part of human history. The era of the Anthropocene acutely accentuates the ecological imbalance between the mythological harmony of nature and its evolving brutality. As of 2020, humanity became officially the maker of the planet. According to the research published in Scientific American, synthetic objects made by humans outweigh the living biomass of the planet, with radical decline of the planet biomass specifically. Just another species. As Zizek likes to refer to humankind, we created the irreversible footprint in amassing of new matter. Architectural discipline is complicit agent in the formation of this ossified garden, in which the waste streams become the new anthropogenic neutrality and the only future source of making environments anew. The scale has tipped irreversibly. So rethinking models of environmental transformation and new design practices that promote architecture and urban form to be more active and reciprocal agents in rebalancing and restructuring of the built environments. We need to start conceiving sort of a renaturation or architectural as a living system, as part of large-scale human ecology. It forces us to reframe the role of industrial infrastructure towards a biosynthetic model, with landscape as a critical, in which landscape has a critical role in choreographing this interchange. Landscape ceases to be a static plane with a determinate form. It becomes a dynamic force that carries and participates in the redistribution of time, matter, and information, and species. A deep substrate allowing us to play out design choreographies in which the natural patterns of ecological emergence shift and coalesce over time. The issues of landscape depth and its representation are important, as they allow us for consideration of more complex relational actants to engage information of pattern ecologies, to go beyond the superposition of the imagination or reductivist representations. Actants, all the living or non-living things that constitute the politics of ecology, have rights by default, according to Jane Bennett, and need representation as they cannot speak for themselves. Yet, biosynthetic design frameworks, combined with our design and technological agencies, propose to go beyond the largely insufficient problem of disciplinary representation. It allows us to design and perhaps reshape the temporal reality of our ecological emergence. See in situ. The question of ecological project in architecture and design is relatively new, lacking a more comprehensive historical dimension beyond the last 3 decades. Although landscape ecology has been at the center of landscape design since the introduction by Richard Foreman in the 80s, it was primarily situated in environmentalism, turned into a quantifiable scientific metric that eroded any aesthetic or sociocultural design project. The advancement of simulation and computational design capabilities enabled the emergence of new landscape integrated design strategies and non-deterministic approach to time-based processes that have emerged in the last few years. Framed primarily in a response to biological research on decreasing biodiversity, biophilic integration of living system into design thinking, taking any formal approaches, including dimensions of sedimentation strata and their social implications. The connections between landscape and architecture is most widely considered or most widely centered on the concept of biophilia, a term coined by Eric Fromm in 1973 and later popularized by Wilson in 1980s, arguing for an innate human need to connect with nature and the human urge to affiliate with other forms of life. An aesthetic response to the architecture of biophilic form-making has emerged, mainly focused on the visual complexities of naturalism and material decay. In most design practices and schools of architecture, the questions of ecology is still being framed primarily through the lens of ethical and or sustainable imperative, dependent on one's implicit or explicit attitude towards environmental ethics. In a theory on political ecology, Anna Brownwell places the rise of ecologism in the 19th century between two distinctive strands of thinking. The first was influenced by Ernest Haeckel's holistic, in-time mechanic approach to biology, and the second focused on problem of scarce and non-renewable resources, an approach defined by energy economics. This duality of approaches is rather rampant in the current academic landscape of ecologically concerned architectures, inherently setting up a dialectics between substantialism and aesthetics in design, with a desire for singular solution. Substantialism typically relies on metric-based approach towards positive accounting of environmental goodness and participation, and an aesthetic approach explores the new representations of social and cultural narratives, the role of nature and architecture of the Anthropocene. This dialectic fallacy of ecology as mechanistic reality and ecology as a substantialist reality has been rooted in anthropocentric solution space and was first questioned by Howard Autumn's early framing of systems ecology as a thermodynamic reality. Furthering the anthropocentric dialectic in a more nuanced way, Richard Ingersoll forefronts the paradox of natural and constructed environments, writing that every act of building betrays the environment. So focus on examining these various approaches to naturalism in the design of 20th century architecture. Ingersoll describes these categories of design imperatives, such as green apocalypse, adamant of land architecture, all the way to ecological correctness and quantification. Ultimately, this review of design approaches to the environment ends with an open-ended question about future worlds, advocating alternative design practices connected to philosophical foundation and policymaking, catalyzing new frameworks for best practices. And its conclusion, it avoids the question of human sensibility. It assumes the necessity of burden of the ecological within the constructed environments. Concept of political ecology of things that cross over the new forms of materialism, such as Bennett's writing on vibrant matter, are interesting and provide a framework for better understanding of biotechnological approach. Bennett's writing proposes a new hierarchy in which construction of public interest includes all living systems, worms and humans alike. This type of public escapes the limitation of traditionally defined participatory design and limited forms of social collectivism that often fall into top-down model of community saviorism, an effort biased by the informed and engaged designer. Bennett's definition potentially avoids a pitfall of good intentionality that landed idealist modernist architecture in the hands of totalitarian systems. In Bennett's proposition, the construction of public shifts away from Marxist materialism, erasing gap between agencies of public of matter. I lost my line. Shifts away from Marxist materialism, erasing gaps between agencies of matter and human and non-human actants. Matter is not a product, a resource, or a commodity, but part of waste stream cycle, a living entity, a vibrant matter in its own right. The shift from classical materialism towards vibrancy of matter suggests another level of connectedness, or the agency to connect geological and living matter with a more differentiated definition of public into forms of care. If the worms is an acton in a life cycle of any material construction, it has a role within a hierarchy of political decision-making that could aid in a large-scale territorial design processes. If design could be grounded in environmental empathy that leads to a more diverse paradigm in the redistribution of resources, it could position architecture as a vehicle of ecological and communal restoration. Centered on cycles of landscape waste stream and material embodied energy, we could discover new forms of kosher domesticity, as well as social equity within our collective urban space, so closely entangled with its ecological functions. The question is, can we give the technology enough agency to care for worms and allow for these forms of collective design empathy? This concept of empathy and connectedness, as opposed to truthiness of data dump, is discussed by Timothy Morton. He frames ecological knowledge as a form of attunement. Since, and this is a quote, since things cannot be known directly or totally, one can only attune to it with a greater or lesser degrees of intimacy. Nor in this attunement is a merely aesthetic approach to basically blank existential substance, since appearance cannot be peeled decisively from the reality of things. Attunement is a living dynamic relationship with another being. Thus, ecology in architecture raises a question of its representations of worms, of humans, of non-humans, to present inherent otherness to the familiar. So this framework brings biotechnological design thinking to the fore to negotiate the differences between organic and inorganic, formal and performative, cultural and ecological, zones and boundaries, solids and gradients, proximities and tendencies, objects and fields. Using formal codification of geospatial data sets, it reinscribes invisible forces, formed constructs with the hope of shifting the focus of design away from singular contextual truth of data towards the constraints of indeterminate spatial configurations, gently cared for by growth and time. Thank you.
Can you give me like a 5-minute or something like that? Please join us on the...
Thank you, Miguel, Nida, and Dana, for those incredibly rich and diverse presentations. And I've been furiously taking notes while you were presenting. I've moderated a few panels in the past, but this might be the hardest, just in terms of the richness and the diversity of presentations. But I want to return maybe to this idea of hypernormalization just for a moment. And I kind of thought that, Miguel, your provocation that with rents and with infrastructure, we first create abstract systems, you mentioned Marx, and then we invert the kind of logic of things, or to create a kind of a hypernormal. So by making people, I like this idea of making people passive and things active in constructing the hypernormal, and then that produces a kind of naturalization, which is very obvious with how infrastructure is neglected, not cared therefore not maintained, but also in how rent hikes are perceived as growth, as development. And that ties, I think, quite neatly into Nida's idea of improvement as the colonial sort of territorialization and making normal of growth and improvement is presented both to the locals but also to the colonizers themselves as progress, which then makes climate change second nature. And so I like this idea of that hypernormalization is not a current moment, but it is in fact a very long-term process that starts all the way back in colonization. And I'm reminded of scholars like Catherine Youssef, who wrote A Billion Black Anthropocenes or None, and Akhil Belgrami and many, many others who actually now link quite explicitly colonial regimes to modernity, and that modernization and modernity in Europe would not have happened without colonies across the world. And so I think there's a kind of hypernormalization that has a very long arc of time that I think you need to explicitly sort of allude to. But also in quoting Marx, I think, Miguel, you speak of. And then with Dana's, I love the provocation that I think there's a connection with Lynn Margulis and Jane Bennett, and this idea that decentering the human is a very important task for future designers. And so if I don't quite have a question, but I do have, I'm trying to sort of situate what you presented in the context of hypernormalization, and in trying to sort of just find certain strands within your practices that tie, still have overlaps and still tie things together. So maybe if Nida's and Diana's presentations were very much about making visible. I think Dana, you were speaking, but your presentation was all about making visible, and I loved the kind of cartographies, Nida, through which you were also making visible the processes of hypernormalization through the exhibition and then through all those maps. Maybe a question or a leading question for Miguel is, you explicitly, Miguel said, I'm not interested in making visible, at least in the kind of conventional way in which architecture school constructs visuality. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, and isn't it the role of designers to make things visible?
Yeah, I think that's the crux of things. I think in many ways it's been a struggle of my life how to explain this. Recently I was reading some letters that I had sent to my wife when I was 20-something, and I realized that question was always there. I'm going to be very, I guess, blunt because of the time. I don't find myself with doing a lot of loops. But in my view, architecture is one of the instruments that has allowed the normalization of the destruction of nature. When we talk about this, it seems like, well, what the hell are you talking about? No. But architecture is just one of the many pawns, that capitalism has been utilizing to restructure power, to amass wealth, etc. So what I mean by this is that I mentioned in my presentation that I personally don't think that we should be looking for a fix or for solutions. In my view, the current architecture trend, but not the current, again, since the Renaissance, has been always the pushing of a solution as if architecture was going to solve something. And I mean, I think in all honesty, it hasn't. And I mean, like, you might have given shelter to someone, etc. But we're talking about the large political apparatus and the economic apparatus that dominates, our world. It's quite insignificant. Yes, it has been an instrument of expansion of capital through perhaps modernism, which is the best example that I can think about. The Corbusier and all of those things that we tend to, in many circles, like and teach about. And all of these representations for me have always been the end point, right? So it represents something, yes, and when I talk about the fetish, is that I studied architecture and I actually worked as an architect for the first 5 years of my life. I had an office and built, so I have built work also, right? But at some point I said I cannot do this anymore. But what architecture does is that it allows us just to think of the object, right? And how that object is performing in relationship to something it's trying to fix. And my interest has always fallen in the abstract that produces the material. And that's been always Marx's point. So he's called himself a materialist, and people ask me, but he's always talking about theories. Well, actually, his belief, and he says it in several of his texts, is that the abstract is what makes our world physical. And so the interest for me has always been that I'm not saying not the physical, but in how to transform the abstract that produces the physical, and by physical I mean the social relations that we all have, through capital.
I was just going to lead to Dana, because Dana, you spoke explicitly against Marxist materialization, and you're situated in Bennett, and I think it's a good segue to what you're getting at.
Yeah, this is a very loaded question. So first of all, I'm a product of multiple different normalizations, right? Growing up in Eastern Bloc during communism and during, Russian occupation, there is a sort of the form or representation of both, and I'm living, half of my life in this country. There's kind of different forms of representation of different kinds of normalizations relative to the kind of the ideology of capital and matter that I think are embedded in the physical environment. And I completely agree with Miguel's sort of assessment of architecture as a tool of capital in the form of any kind of the political power and the definition of a capital as a service discipline. But I also find it slightly unproductive the kind of a duality of the kind of a rejection of the production through the forms of design and representation, because in some way, to me, it goes back to the kind of substance, the kind of the form and substance that it's kind of unresolvable in some way, especially if we think about the kind of a practice of making that is so implicit to human nature. And in a kind of typologies of environmental ethics, and Professor Escobar talked about this notion of clovers and different kinds of practices, right? There are other ways of thinking of a matter or redistribution of matter and choreography of the matter through understanding of a value of things beyond the just exchange of the capital, that allows us to think through an agency of a design beyond the model of material service and the capital, in my opinion. So I agree with the kind of a non-solutionist paradigm, yet I think that the way we define the process of action away from the kind of a positivist humanist framework which produces the forms of solutions and value, right, I think changes the way we think about making these forms of representation, right? Like it's different when we think about the land as a resource, or if we think about the land as something that is kind of a living, active system through which we can interact, right? So to me, the kind of non-acting is as much as a status and a death as acting in a certain way. So I'd like to get away from the kind of a dualist logic that is produced through this kind of lines of substantialist approach.
Great. Maybe this is a good, just going to hand over to Nida the question of urban geography and scale, which I think is well captured and land, which is well captured in your presentation. And I'm wondering if there are reflections on scale and territorialization as it relates to making normal, because that's kind of what we're seeing today, right? That land and territorial kind of logics have pervaded the planet at scale, and it sort of begins in colonization, maybe even a little before that, but in the imagination of the world. So I think that was kind of very, to my mind, when I saw your presentation, I couldn't help thinking of things like the Three Gorges Dam, or the Sardar Sarovar Dam, or the whole history of modernity somehow. So just curious about scale.
Sure. Thank you. So I think maybe I'll talk not necessarily directly about scale, but my discomfort with a very particular type of discourse that was emergent in, I would say, maybe like between the turn, really at the turn of this century, right? And that sort of solidified in the early 2000s around urbanization. And this force of urbanization, where cities start to be seen both as levers as well as culprits of climate change, right? This idea of the urbanization of the planet. And there's been amazing and very productive work in thinking, about the political ecologies of the urban as being more than urban, as being planetary, right? Whether that's thinking about the kind of the urbanization of the planet, right? Or the fact that you have to think about the urban as being more than cities. And I have felt a little bit of discomfort on that, because if we just switch that equation a little bit and think about the regionalization of cities, or at least the kind of, not just think of cities as a kind of centrifugal force that goes outside, but actually something, how these processes have been continuously co-constituted. And certainly the kind of, the colonization of the Americas kicks that off, of America. But yeah, I think that this question of, I'm not sure I can answer the scale thing necessarily, but I think this is just how something that I want to think about a little bit more, is kind of inverting our own sense of the kind of the agencies of changing climates.
I'm going to open it up to questions, but maybe just, I think all three of you sort of talk in some sense about a kind of agency of the individual, and I know, Miguel, that you've spoken and you've thought a fair bit about the idea of confederal urban unions, the idea of like autonomous, libertarian, anarchistic ways of appropriating the city. And I sort of think that there is somewhere in all of your answers and your presentations a question of agency and might I dare to say anarchy, or like a form of practice that is deeply suspicious of planetarity, perhaps, or about reconstituting a planetarity from the bottom up, either through material practices or through confederate unions or through a disentangling of colonial mapping.
Yeah, I think that's you told me you were going to raise that question, so I think it's a very good question because it also touches the scale question. I have a lot of friends that are more into anarchism than other political beliefs, and we always end up in like really serious discussions, but then we of course hug. The question that I pose always to anarchists is the question of scale, right? The question of, I guess, regional governance or even wider governance. Historically, you can actually see that every town, as regional, as smaller, as disconnected that we think of, always had networks of relationships with the others. And there had to be forms of regulating, that's not the question, but considering what and how to treat the territory, right? And which, at least to contemporary forms of anarchism, including Murray Bookchin and all of them, it's not seen as a question per se, although Bookchin, strangely enough, is the one that touched it better with his concepts of municipalism and confederations and so forth, which I love, right? And so from an anarchist perspective, he managed to realize that the only way that like regional things, context, can work is how to structure the network as a larger policy, right? So you can see it in Rojava, northern Syria, which is the most recognized or talked about entity, where they actually have built, smaller towns, but there's a confederated organization that take higher scale decisions. So that has been definitely very influential into sort of the thinking of future scenarios. There was a time we talked about the 2000s where we're talking about municipalism a lot. Ada Colau, when she was the mayor of Barcelona, brought it very much in the picture. Sometimes we collaborate together because she's very much into, the municipalism agenda. And it absolutely makes sense. It made a lot of sense when the first Trump administration happened in the US, Corporation Jackson, and then the cities, how they call it, the ones that didn't cooperate with the migration, the sanctuary cities movement, and so on. There was a lot of talk of this, networking, but the reality is that there's been very little thought, besides perhaps that Öcalan left, texting to Rojava or Syria, the PKK. There's really not so much developed on this, right? If we really think about it, network governance, but not network from a capitalist standpoint, right? But an anti-capitalist standpoint, is not something that we can grasp, but who can actually, these are the processes, this is what should happen. So it is a big posing question for everyone, and again, I wish I could have so much time to discuss on these topics of time and all of that, because all of this is embedded in it, right? But,
Speaking of time, I'm a little cognizant of time. I'm curious if there are questions in the audience. You want to come?
So I have two questions. The first one is for Miguel. So you argued that the cases of housing crisis are not anomalies but structural features of capitalism, right? So how do you see Marx's concept of metabolic rift informing our understandings of the ways of urban space and housing, and how they sever relational forms of living in favor of this more positivist logic of, I would say, growth and accumulation? And for the second question, I'll come back to it.
I actually, when Arturo was talking, I made my phone a little thing because I did want to talk about the rift, and it's a very interesting thing because contemporary Marxism is very different than Stalin, Lenin, Mao, or whatever that. But it's always been different. But they co-opted it into some form of political dictatorship and so forth. But the most contemporary trends on Marxism have been perhaps brought up first. I have to say David Harvey, not because we closely collaborate, but in his works on nature, already from the 70s, he was already pointing to these. But it was really popularized by this guy, John Bellamy Foster. And John Bellamy Foster started to bring the certain kind of obscurity within Marx's text when he was talking about the metabolic rift, right? And the metabolic rift, as he defined it, of Bellamy, but through the eyes of Marx. And then later, I'm not sure if you know this guy, Koei Saito, on degrowth and so on, which is part of that agenda. The discussion was about town-country separation in the rift, where industrial capitalism has concentrated people in cities and extracted food and raw materials from the countryside, but failing to recycle nutrients back into the soil. So this is just one example of what Marx discusses as a metabolic rift. And what is very interesting is that I have a lot of friends that also work on indigeneity and indigenous terms. We work a lot in Mexico with them too, with different peoples. Is that there is a very similar understanding of metabolism from very ancient cultures. I guess Marx was just copying them, or he found some text about them. This is a big discussion, right? Because he called them the indigenous people's knowledges as primitive communism, which is a bad name. I honestly think that it was actually communism as we could imagine it, right? And the question comes very much then. So if we look at it as this example of this soil exhaustion, of alienation from nature, right? That we don't know who produces what we eat and all of that kind of stuff. And then, of course, bringing that to the global circuits, right? We can say that the rift is composed from profit logic, right? I mean, capital demands growing forever. Externalization of costs. So the costs of ecological repair are not present, no? And they are displaced into workers, right? We're the ones that are suffering, the planet's, degradation. Future generations, which is very much against the time thinking of Haudenosaunee. I'm not sure how much you know about this group of indigenous people here in the north of America, which thought of time through 7 generations ahead, which is also mimics a lot before capitalism, what the Chinese also thought about. And all of these things that there were very different conceptions of time. There are actually, anthropologists have shown us that there have been civilizations where there are communities that were led up by seasons, and the season was the time, right? And every season was governed by different people, not even one person, even children were governed during one season, right? And so there's a different conception of time. And of course, the last point, which is not only sterilization, is the fetishism. The fetishism that, for all of us, capital disguises all forms of ecological degradation, to the point that we push fixes, right? We're going to fix the climate change. We're going to put electric cars or LEED certified buildings or whatever things you want to think about, pavement that permeates, but we don't talk about the source of what makes, what made climate change the way, the disaster that we're in, which is purely, a capital form of social relation. And so my wish is that we talked about that rather than fixes. That's basically
question that I have is for Nida. So the British re-engineering of Punjab's water systems has produced legacies of waterlogging, salinization, and disease, right? So how do you see these as a part of what Professor Escobar terms as terracide? Not just this ecological damage, but also the severing of social and ecological relations.
Thank you. Thanks, Ranishka. I think, at least in the last, let's say, maybe 5-10 years, definitely after 2010 when there was massive floods along the Indus Valley, and then again in 2022, when I think that idea of how these kind of large-scale projects of engineering, which, to be honest, continue and are well entrenched, right? It's just as we speak, there's a project to build 6 new canals and seriously devastate the lower riparian areas of the Indus Valley. So, I think those are really well known. But one thing that I'm trying to think of through this very small lens of like the city and the region is, and I don't think this is something that I think I have to write about in my conclusions. I'm not there yet in really thinking about it. It ties back to what you were saying, where the notion of the rift has long, I think, been articulated and conceptualized as the idea of unintended consequences. I think this idea became really important, especially in the 1960s and 70s, when a certain type of grappling with what was happening in the environment and with the climate became kind of, again, this is a form of very particular discursive fetishization, this idea of unintended consequences. So there's amazing work, amazing scientific work on something like waterlogging, right, or something like salinization, that was framed through these ideas. And I think this is why I find Wiseman and of course many other works, Zoe Todd's work and others, on thinking about this idea of intentionality as really important, as climate change as actually a desirable project, desirable for capital, for colonial expansion. And I want to think about that a little bit more, that kind of the formations of those desires. They're very particular and situated in the 19th century in Punjab. They have particular situational logics that translate to other places and also play out in different ways in other places. But yeah, I'm trying to think a little bit more about that question of unintended and intended a little bit more closely.
Okay, we've got one more question and then we're going to wrap it up. Joseph, go ahead.
Hi. I just had a kind of a question for Miguel, and it's kind of an interesting discourse there. So, more to Miguel, the forms are kind of embedded within, like formal kind of constructions, embedded within infrastructures that perpetuate kind of capitalist ideologies. What is the role of the architect as a designer of the built environment? Like, is there a role for the designer to kind of create change, or is that too far gone?
And the first thing that is very important to conceal, at least from my perspective, is that I'm not discussing the form itself. I mean, forms have been present forever, right? And there were many forms before capital that materialize something. Is the resignification of the form that I'm discussing. What capital has resignified, I guess. I don't know if that's a word. But that I'm more concerned with. And the thing that frustrates me the most about pretty much every architecture school that I've been in is precisely that there is no thought on how architecture has been employed or like resignified at the service of what capital needs, right? there's this very surface level of knowledge. And I'm not saying, of course, there are exceptions. Of course, there's professors that teach other things, etc. But the general situation is that our education as architects, although I don't consider myself an architect anymore, but I was educated as an architect, is to basically fetishize. I mean, that's the reality. And the future for me of an architect is not an architect. Actually, one of the things that I didn't talk about that capitalism was very successful in doing, specifically during modernity, was to fragment disciplinary apparatuses to the point that we don't talk to each other. I mean, at all, right? Look at the structure of the university. Departments that have different specializations, right? And every specialist thinks that their own discipline is the one that's going to solve the thing, right? Because that's what we're taught to think about. So for me, the future of the architect is not architecture, but it's actually the reconstruction of an understanding that there are processes that resignify the form itself. Now, of course, we can talk about aesthetics, right, and representations. Right now, I think we should talk about Albert Speer and Neil Trump's Department of Design and the coming of all of these things. But that is not, I guess, what I'm talking about. The Albert Speer materialized already an ideology that was very abstract, right? And it started to become a reality, and that reality was ending representing this. But I've also seen architecture Mussolini that has been completely restructured or resignified into something that is very social. So at some point, I guess the discussion of Rossi, those of you that are architects, that architecture has like history and so on, even though he was considering himself a Marxist, I'm very much against, right? With the idea of that, permanence of architecture as all objects depend on forms of ideology that it represents. Today, the ideology of architecture is the representation of capital.
There is a very direct dialectic fallacy that kind of position entails, which is very much rooted in a kind of a history of capital and which is so intertwined with the philosophy of Marxism. And I think to me, if you look at the ecological theory and this notion that, and what you're saying about the specific kind of architecture and its forms of representation within a context of modernist, reductivist thinking and design, kind of signifiers of the form is absolutely true. But there are emergent kind of the alternative ways of operating within that space that, Levi-Strauss is one of the interesting examples. He talks about food and kind of the different cultures of food and processing of food in relationship to kind of, and identifies kind of a rot as a potential sort of, one can start thinking about like a rot food as a design space where we kind of rethink the power system of industrial production in a very different way, right? Which comes along with working with things and practices that has been, connected to kind of construction of space through indigeneity and vernacular practices, but having very different kinds of forms and representations. And so, to me, this notion that architecture is the way you're describing disciplined through a singular form of representation that's been maybe prevalent in the last many years. To me, there's a kind of completely alternative path where one starts sort of thinking through the different formal language and the cumulative language in a kind of a radically ecological or social way, which is very much also kind of parallel to the anarchist thinking, the social ecologies essentially in anarchist context, right? Which proposes a engagement and different forms of social empowerment through making, rather than kind of rejecting of a discipline as a whole. And there is especially within a kind of context of thinking about the potential futures, I think that to me is incredibly to end within a complete desperation of, like, especially now what we're facing, right? To have a kind of form of agency that potentially produces some kind of joy or forms of empowerment that are productive. I'm not saying positivist, I'm saying productive.
It's very fast. I know this is a very nice conversation. I mean, my first reaction, I will go from the last statement, is that what we're living through. I mean, my people lived 500 years of absolute obliteration, destruction, rape. I mean, you cannot imagine, it's not even comparable, right, to anything. And I think most of the world suffered the same through colonialism. So what the US is passing through, for me, I laugh, right? I mean, it is, yes, it's terrible. We're entering some kind of neo-fascism, whatever it is that it's happening now. But we must see, I think, the historical recount. And if Americans would have lived where I lived when I was in Mexico, I think it would be, like they did to us exactly what is happening to them right now, to you guys, right? So it's very important to have that global observation. But to answer very specifically, one of the things that Marx always argued is that within capitalist forms, they're always embedded with the contrary. So there's always alternative forms, right, that are appearing always, right? And those alternative forms definitely are very interesting. I mean, like Rojava, there's too many, like collectives, cooperatives, and all of that are emerging, yes? And they have different understandings of space and different spatial formations. But that is very different to trying to fetishize, and not that you're saying this, but I just want to emphasize, indigenous architecture or indigenous. That architecture emerged because of their social constructs, right? They're totally related to each other, right? And so you cannot separate those forms. So that happens a lot. I've seen many people trying to fetishize indigenous or past type of stuff. We should understand that in our time, our types of new spaces will be very different, right? Not that one. Yeah.
I'll just finish. I think that the concept of kind of a noble savage saviorism that's been around, that there's a recurring form of kind of reactive knowledge, which has to do with the kind of duality of dialectics that modernity brought. So just
This is an incredibly great conversation, and I don't want it to stop, but unfortunately, time is a construct, at least right now. But I do want to say that architecture schools and architecture as a discipline and as a profession has always been sort of a fluid thing, and the fact that we have Arturo here, the fact that we have this rich conversation here, I very much hope that as a discipline and as a profession we have the capacity to shape agency in the way in which we consider the world in all of these complex ways. So with that, please give a round of applause to our presenters. And I'll hand over to Lisa. We're just going to take a break for lunch.
Yeah, we'll take a break. Thank you so much, Sarosh, for that wonderful moderation, and thank you to our three speakers for that really enriching and engaging, provocative questions. We'll have to turn our lunch break into a bit of a snack break because we've run a bit over. But if you can all be back at quarter past 12, so that we can start our second session, that would be great. So there's food outside. Please linger, chat, catch up, and we'll start again at quarter past 12. 12:15. stay on time. We have to leave by 10 to 2, a very strict time, so let's please all observe that. So session 2 is titled Remembering Spatial Futures Otherwise, and it's about architecture as a resurgent act, design as ontological, and imagining infrastructures for futures otherwise. Some key ideas that we'll be working through in this session is remembering, reclaiming the capacity to imagine, pluriversality, cosmotechnics, ontology, relational infrastructure, time ruptures, and situated futurities. So our session 1 asks what architecture normalizes. Session 2 asks what else might be possible and how we can get ourselves there. I think Dana Kukuba spoke quite a bit to some of these potential futures, so we'll be expanding on it in this session. So the session is exploring the infrastructures of imagination, or how we make space for futures that modernity has told us might not be possible. Architecture in this session is explored as an ontological act, not just the shaping of matter and form, but the shaping of worlds and of cosmologies, time, people, modes of belonging, and futures. Drawing from Professor Escobar's pluriverse ideas, we acknowledge that there are always multiple ways of being, and that these can be made material through design, even within the modern, complicit lives that we live. And I think Miguel touched really interestingly on that. So at the heart of it is the question, which ways do we want to ritualize ourselves into futures we desire, and what spatial conditions would even enable that? Such ritualizations can include social conditions where humanity might be a right for all, and ideas of aliens, things like illegal aliens, might not apply to anyone. It could be that ideas of homelessness or starvation are not a factor of life, or that ecological rationality is a function of daily life, or perhaps even cosmological pluriversality. Indigenous scholar Laila June's work on indigenous technologies, Rashida Phillips's explorations of quantum time, colonial linear time, or what Walter Benjamin refers to as homogeneous time, as well as time rupture and other such thinkers and practitioners who are imagining resurgence over extraction, were what were used to frame this session through querying what kinds of worlds are waiting at the edges of the dominant one, and what becomes possible when cities are no longer imagined as engines of accumulation. In this lineup, we have Ana Gutierrez, who's offered us reflections on the practice of refusal that I'll break down shortly. We'll also be joined by Tommy Chimu Yang, Kaylin, he'll come along with Kaylin Chen, Jae-Shin Lin, and Luhak Lucas Yao, and they'll show us the practice of remembering relationships through timber joineries and vernacular detailing. And then we'll round up the session with Nilufar Alangeri, who explores world building as a poetic act of resistance against erasure. So brief introductions to the speakers. Ana Maria Gutierrez is a Colombian architect, and she's the founder of Fundación Organismo and pioneer of the 30-acre Center for Regeneration near Bogota. Her work reimagines architecture through ancestral bioconstruction, ecological restoration, and sensorial learning embodied in projects like the House of Thought, which is an intercultural temple of rammed earth and bamboo. Gutierrez creates regenerative classrooms, ecological workshops, and community-built infrastructures that are rooted in indigenous craft, and her practice models design as ontological resurgence. Then we have Tommy Chimu Yang, he'll come up with some of his students. He's a special faculty here in the department. He's the founder of Locating Matter Studio, and he's the co-founder of the HMOOC Stories project. His transdisciplinary research bridges architecture, ecology, and the humanities through storytelling and ethnographic design. From documenting HMOOC refugee housing in Wisconsin to vernacular practices in Chiang Mai, Tommy's work reveals how mundane rituals generate spatial changes, from the body to gardens to cities and territories. He's a recipient of NEH and PJ Deck Innovation grants, and his practice cultivates radical empathy and re-memory. And finally, we have Nilüfer Alingeri, who's an architect, an educator, and an artist. And she specializes in architecture as a language of memory, time, and cultural narrative. As special faculty here at CMU, she brings global experience, including significant projects in Tehran and US urban interventions, to her interdisciplinary teaching. Her research, which is rooted in phenomenology, examines how architecture can resurrect forgotten histories and reimagine spatial boundaries beyond homogenized, data-driven design. Through installations like Fallen Voices of 9/11, and today is 9/11, 24th anniversary, she merges spatial storytelling with embodied experience. So I'll move on now to introducing Ana Gutierrez's offering. Firstly, she's, as I mentioned, the founder of Fundación Organismo in Colombia, and she was supposed to start off session 2 with her work in biocultural design, alternative pedagogies, and land-based practices. She has declined to come in an intentional practice of refusal, which is a practice of world building. She did leave us with a letter to read in her absence, and I'll do that shortly, but first I'd like to ground how she framed her stance in a lineage of scholars who have given us language for this practice of refusal. I'll focus particularly on 2 frameworks of that. The first is Sara Ahmed, through her works such as Complaint and Living a Feminist Life, where she frames refusal as survival in institutions that demand complicity. And she says that to refuse is to open cracks where alternative ways of being and relating become possible. The second is Audra Simpson, through some of her texts, including Mohawk Interruptus, where she introduces refusal as a core indigenous political practice that is not about saying no, but it's rather about protecting what must remain outside the settler gaze. And she posits that refusal is a way of enacting sovereignty and of sustaining alternative futures. So Anna's absence sits right within these scholarships, and so while she's physically absent, she remains a participant, and her participation offering is a generative absence as well as an act of spatial and political authorship. So in the context of this Remembering Spatial Futures Otherwise panel, her decision is a form perhaps of design intervention, as it redraws the boundaries of participation. It calls attention to the infrastructures that enable or undermine the futures being imagined, and enacts the very principle of coherence between values and practice that the session is meant to surface. The refusal is wielded as a technology that's rooted in indigenous, decolonial, and activist traditions, where no is a strategic tool for shaping futures otherwise. It's a generative disruption that attempts to break the expectation that participation is always about presence and performance, and instead shows how withdrawal could create space for institutional self-reflection. And it also acts as a life case study, where an immediate real-world example of how ethics, politics, and spatial practice collide in an effort to make the panel's very provocation tangible. So I'll now read her letter in full as her chosen way of participating. Dear Carnegie Mellon Architecture team, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for the invitation to take part in the Future Normals Symposium. I appreciate the recognition you have given to my work and the connection you have found between your questions and the paths that guide my life and the work of Fundación Organismo. I've reflected deeply on the theme that you've proposed of hypernormalization and portals to futures, to normals otherwise, and on the place you imagine for my voice in this conversation. Unfortunately, I cannot participate in the event. To speak about hypernormalization, the process by which harmful realities become normalized within an institution deeply involved in the research, development, and application of technologies for war and military systems, would be for me an act of contradiction. At Fundación Organismo, our work is to design architectures for planetary well-being and infrastructures of care for all living entities, both human and more than human. This is work grounded in ecological restoration, intercultural exchange, and the regeneration of relationships between communities and the living earth. These values are incompatible with militarization of knowledge, the creation of tools for destruction, and any complicity, whether direct or indirect, in systems that sustain war and genocide. War and genocide are not distant events, they are the lived realities of our time. They are made possible not only by the actions of armies and governments, but also by the quiet normalization of militarized research and industry, often embedded within universities and cultural institutions. To participate here without naming this reality would be to reproduce the patterns your symposium seeks to question. My absence is not a refusal of dialogue, it is an insistence that dialogue must be rooted in coherence between word and action. I hope that today's gathering can also in turn gaze inward to reflect on the contradictions between imagining futures of care and maintaining material ties to systems of harm. True normals otherwise will only come when our architectures, be it of space, of knowledge, or of relation, are built not for war, but for care, reciprocity, and the flourishing of all beings. With thanks, Ana Maria Gutierrez, Earth Builder. And I think the question of care is coming up over and over again today, as she reiterates through her absence and practice of refusal. So we want to thank Ana Gutierrez for her contribution to the symposium, and with that I will call on Tommy, and he'll be followed by Nilufar.
Symposium. This talk was inspired by how tired and how bored I was at hearing myself talk over and over again about some of the things that I do. But I also saw this opportunity, especially around this notion of collective futuring, to let my dear designers who I teach every year come and future with me as part of this talk. Our presentation today will be collaboratively delivered between one teacher and three designers, called Recalibrating by Hand, Tools, Love, and Collective Futures at the Scale of 8 square feet. This journey past and future was cultivated with many hands. The journey today will be given by Kai Chen, Jiaxin Lin, Lu He, Lucas Yao, and Tommy Jinhua Yang. We also acknowledge the support from Carnegie Mellon Architecture, the PJ Dick Innovation Fund, and many others that have helped nurture this inspiration. I won't be covering heavy theories or histories, but hope that within 18 square foot, we can actually see how they intersect within this area. This project is part of a slice even of a long-term river project that I've been trekking in Thailand with community members and collaborators at Chiang Mai University. We will be situating our summer 2025 design research called Of Mothers and Dragons, Reframing Soul or the Pillar. In the time of 5 weeks, we explored how building is never only about construction and details. When we participate in making and construction, it's about remembering relationships, recalibrating how we listen and use our tools, and situating design in the stories that land and ancestors, both past, us, and futures, continue to tell. The calibration we practiced over the summer was a collective futuring through labor, rooted in what bell hooks call love. Whether it was eating together or sensing when one of us grew frustrated and quietly and loudly adjusting our emotions in response, the act of building together became more than construction. It was about the practice of creating spaces where we all can flourish, even when we are driving each other nuts. It became the shaping of worlds and cosmologies of time, people, belonging, and futures, finding tools in service with, among, and for each other to reimagine ourselves again. The studio space and woodshop in the 90-degree weather of Pittsburgh became what Sylvia Winter might have noted as the garden and the plot for us, where we can dwell in histories through readings, recordings, and materials of northern Thailand. The matrilineal practices of northern Thailand roots architecture in a parallel logic. Over 5 weeks, we found ourselves in the practice of Chiang Mai, Thailand, We learn from Lana carpentry, matrilineal rituals of agriculture, and seasonal choreographies of rivers, understanding architecture as an ontological act. During the welcoming of the rice season, the goddess Me Posal, or the mother of rice, blesses the start of cultivation season, welcoming rain as the crops are nurtured by Me Nam, or the mother of waters, the river. Here, farmers gather and direct the annual monsoon waters through canals to fill rice paddies, which the land Me Torani, or the mother of earth, helps sustain agriculture. At the end of the season, and this is where our summer research came in, the land dries and the environment cools. The time for repairing houses flies by as materials bend, tied, and rejoined under the guidance of Prapun, or the guardian of the land.
So our methods combine archival research, material experimentation, and collective making as for recording. We began with reading by jurists and architects of Northern Thai vernacular architecture. The wisdom helped us map out details such as columns, thread tools, and roof joints, our intersections of ecological and cultural intelligence. This was paired with sketchbooks and field notes, where our observations and reflections were captured. They were not just data, but interpretations to fill gaps. Using shape gamma analysis, we broke down how each connection might have been made into simple steps. We looked at assembly and transformation rules, then translated them into physical and digital models. In collaboration, this method became more than a technical tool. It defined a shared language that allowed us to communicate the rules of material connection rather than the fixed outcome. This collective practice of translating, testing, and reframing joints was a living vocabulary, one that let us synchronize our hands and imaginations while exploring how architecture tutored itself in relational systems of thought and making. Each joinery was fabricated 3 times at the site. The first, a faithful vernacular reconstruction; the second, a contemporary iteration; and the third, a speculative experiment, layering materials and symbolic meanings. We learned how to use chisels, saws, machetes, and big Arabian lumber, thanks to Stephen Young. Each joint became less a technical object than a site of relational imagination, where the swelling of wood mirrors seasons of rain, the grain represents how trees grow, and when it breaks, how we did not listen to what might the voices of the forest be.
Alongside fabrication, we recorded our oral stories as we made physical models. We spoke through the act of cutting, joining, and binding. The telling was not scripted, but emerged as fragments. It was the murmurs and reflections as wood met chisel, or as we filmed hammering the pieces together. Film became our tool of inscription. It helped us layer voice over gesture, and in capturing these rhythms and hands and words together, the process revealed that building is never silent. Every joint carries memory, and every adjustment is a narrative act. Drawing on the writings of Michael Fish, we understand that recordings are not as transparent evidence of, quote, how it really was while we construct, but as a lived experience itself. They are personal and generational, shaped through the way we negotiated who did what. The stories, like the joints, were interpretive and layered. Work is history, as we try to decipher what our limbs and joints remember and how to move forward. The recording transforms fabrication into a living archive, as it might remind us that bodies also write and encode histories. In prepping material, testing wood, and sweating to make a joint was inseparable from the ethnographies we read and heard. Our bodies fill in the silences of what we are learning from. Carefully imagining what might have happened, finding small traces from archives, everyday details, and a deep sense of relationality. By foregrounding material behaviors and narrative building embedded in detail, we found that what we might deem as technical are infrastructures of imagination. The lumber carries the language of the forest, and in indigenous Thai construction hold clues to rituals of repair and open plural temporalities. Reframing Sao reimagines the architecture of pillar as a wooden totem. It is a gathering of joints, tensions, and stories. In Thai, Sao means both pillar or column, and symbolically the axis of a house, temple, or pavilion. It is never just structural. The pillar is a cosmological resituation of Thai buildings. In northern Thai traditions, for example, the sao ek, or in other words, the main pillar, is planted first during construction rituals. Often, this building practice is accompanied by offerings, prayers, or the burying of objects in the ground. This marks the dwelling's relationship to the matrilineal spirits like Mother of Earth, ancestors, and spirits.
Constructed through joinery techniques such as mortise and tenon, lap joint and chodori, the pavilion explores how connection themselves becomes language of relation. The wood is balanced and tense with ropes, emphasizing implements the needs for change and responsibility. Rather than singular columns, the soul becomes a cosmological markers. It is a totem that carries the weight of ancestral, spiritual, ecology, and space making. The pillar holds together not only the space becoming between sky and grounds, but the modes of belonging and future otherwise. As part of the pavilion design process, we develop color-coded construction drawing. It helps us understand how the pieces come together step by step. Each of the materials like colonial woods, poplar wood, and ropes were chosen both for their availabilities, symbolic resins, and colonial lumbers is light and resilient, often cultivated in East Asia, while poplar lumber is fast-growing and common across North America. As for the ropes, material is binding fabric, which we were able to borrow from Professor Relational. Even with planning during the maker process, we will still make mistakes. Sometimes pieces were cut too short, angles slightly off, and fibers splicing under tension. Instead of discarding these pieces, we treat each error as an opportunity. Miscut and breaks becomes prompts for invention. It asks us to find a new way as a team to rejoin the pieces. This practice not only limit waste but echo the spirit of Thai carpentry, which is a long value in perfections and problem solving over the pursuit of perfections. The pavilion thus holds not a singular ideal form but a record of adjustments. Whenever we broke something, we fought, we laughed, and then figured out resolutions. It's an architecture that reminds us that building is less about being perfect. It's about sustaining relationship between materials and tools and people.
Moving to our last slide. If infrastructures of modernity have normalized extraction through the imperial language of teaching, sustainability, ecologies, circularity, regenerative, then we must rethink how we are teaching our students now. As John Dewey once wrote, if we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of their future.
These vernacular details that seems too ordinary reminds us that sweat, eating together, and getting annoyance and love is infrastructure. As infrastructure to sustain mutual relationship, messy makings, and kinship.
Our project suggests that futures otherwise emerge not from new technologies alone, but from resituating design as a ritual of relationships. In this sense, our practice echoes wisdom of gardens and plots. It is where extraction is replaced by growing together. These are small spaces where we can critically engage in resistance to the large domination of architecture. Here we reroot ourselves, hoping that within the volume of 8 feet tall, 3 feet wide, and 6 feet deep, we cultivate a garden of spontaneous problem-solving and love between us.
Either it was one teacher and 3 students fighting it out to how Tommy inherently knowingly broke a joint, our bodies are where spatial fragments can become growth. It was 5 weeks where cares embodied and hands aching to tectonics, and where architecture rehearses the dance of the pluriverse at the scale of 18 square feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. say that to my colleagues of previous presentations, I'm always amazed by seeing how beautifully my colleagues approach their practices. So I really appreciate that, and of course our students too. So thank you, Tommy, for getting them involved in this process. About my presentation, I just wanted to mention that what you're about to see is not going to be about buildings, and it's not going to be about solutions. Instead, thank you. I want to tap into the absence of time, or the collapse of time, within the space aquatic language and the act of imaginative making. The infrastructure of amnesia, a condition made durable through hypernormalization. In such condition, architecture anesthetizes. We live in a time of disposable histories, disposable names, and increasingly disposable futures. The stories we once believed to be the foundations of being are being rapidly rewritten or erased altogether. Architecture, long associated with stability and endurance, is not immune to this condition. In fact, modern design disciplines uphold the illusion of stability, which seduces us whether through the flattening of difference, the silencing of memory, or the replication of instrumental systems. In this context, forgetting is not a failure. It is a function, it is performed, it is ritualized. But forgetting is never total. Even the most normalized systems of erasure leave behind traces, gaps, silences, and flickers of resistance. In the voids left by the linear progression of homogenized systems, other worlds insist. Worlds pregnant with the possibility of reorientation and reconfiguration. It is within these ruptures that I believe architecture, as an ontological act, can intervene. I approach architecture as a practice of attunement, resurrecting universal imaginaries that persist beneath erasure and giving form to what lingers in the wake of forgetting. Today is September 11th, a date that reverberates with the world's collective memory, but also one that has been layered with abstraction, commodification, and the slow sedimentation of forgetting. It is here that I begin, within an atmosphere of descent, a descent into this space of mourning, silence, and resonance. Fallen Voices of 9/11 was an installation for the 20th anniversary of the Twin Towers attacks, a work that sought to listen to the echoes that remain long after the concrete dust settles. In this installation, 102 microcassette tapes were suspended in time for 102 minutes of unspeakable collapse. The city and the man, forever repositioning themselves toward each other, pause in mutual collapse. The brutal microcassettes hang as resistance, resisting the sanitization of tragedy, the smooth surfaces of national memory, and the flattening of mourning into spectacle. In a world where forgetting is ritualized, we must find ways to remember differently. Like breath caught in time, the tapes speak from absence. The concrete encases them like soft tombs, and yet what emerges is a ritual of remembering without closure. From the descent of fallen voices, I move towards two works that were resurrected from the narrative imagination of others. Both engaged are unspeakable. Both blur the line between reality and the imaginary. I turn to memory not as something retroactive, but as something radical. Memory, to me, is not about looking back. It's about re-anchoring the present. It's a spatial method, a way of designing intention with what was disallowed. A silent verse, a drawing installation in mind, offers allegory as a strategy, a survival method under regimes that erase complexity. It unfolds as a visual fugue, overlaid with inscriptions, anatomical metaphors, architectural voids, and spectral geometry. The architectural becomes philosophical, and the philosophical becomes visceral. The viewer enters a field of a spatialized silence, where meaning hovers but never settles. This is a metaphysical architecture of memory, mourning, and recursion. The angel of history, a witness drawn from Walter Benjamin's The Concept of History and reframed through the lens of architectural representation, pierced through Julia Camillo's spiraling memory theater, her gaze cast upon the debris of time, war, and cultural erasure. Perched on her shoulder, the blind owl embodies our lost desires and wounded perceptions. Its body is a grotesque reliquary of the silent suffering of forgotten lives, and in that moment, it becomes both archive and accusation. The owl does not see, but it remembers, and in that remembrance, it testifies not only to what we have done, but to what we continue to forget. And yet, within its silent lament lies a trace of hope through a mythic reckoning. If we are to imagine other futures, we must first inhabit the ruins of the present without denial. A silent verse, then, is a call to dwell otherwise, to remember more painfully and to imagine more courageously. Porphyria, by contrast, is a fever. It begins in a technopolitical world of sameness, a world that has been algorithmized by capitalistic control, where every gesture is made legible for data extraction and every act of resistance is neutralized by design. The consequences are not only spatial, but psychic. A dreamlike descent into amnesia, where the architect, the narrator, falls into a state of existential suspension, alienated even from the everness of her own being. Porphyria here is a metaphoric condition in which memory is poisoned, where the self forgets itself, where forgetting is no longer a choice but a symptom, and yet, paradoxically, it is also a narrative of awakening, of losing the ability to forget. What emerges through its uncanny architecture of control is not simply dystopia, but a series of questions. How do systems of normalization operate not only on the body, but on knowledge itself? What kinds of memory are permitted to survive? What kinds of futures are allowed to exist? Porphyria invites us to consider these epistemological constraints and the very condition through which space and time are structured and unstructured in a world where the way forward is no longer straight. As the architect's fever deepens and the architecture dissolves into the labyrinth of suspended time, she tells us, no longer are images and words created. Our tongues were confined to discrete boxes in closed books, and the image is stuck behind our soulless eyes. We banish ourselves from this space of otherness and discovery. Instead, we remain in the center, to become the center itself, and this is how we fell apart. In these cosmic allegories, drawings become ruins inverted into myth. Porphyria and a silent verse operate as proposals for impossible architectures of listening to what was erased, and to what insists on remaining. This is the method I have been calling vanishing as practice, designing to let something disappear slowly in a way that allows it to remain. Before I close, I want to move beyond theory and open up the mysterious space of language and poetry. I will share a few brief poems from my recent practice of writing and image making. These are not separate from my architectural work. They are my architecture. When I write, I build, and when I build, I am writing. So now I invite you to listen, not analytically, but somatically. Let the language settle where it needs to. We call this conflict in textbooks, but the child knows no ideology. The cities change their names, the maps redraw themselves, but the silence of the world remains the loudest architecture of all. Sitting within the rubble that sadly listens better than the world, when a child reaches for bread that is not there, perhaps a mother tells the stories to delay the despair. This next poem returns to the architectural, not the building, but what was left inside, where the dust never settles. We say buildings were leveled, but we do not speak of what was inside. The lullabies left unsung, the books mid-sentence, the bread left rising on the kitchen counter. Memory folded into walls, now folded into earth. And above it all, the sky rehearses mercy, parachutes drifting down like petals, but landing like a stones, yet no breath arise. The lament of Urmia. Ancient mirrors of the stars, your waters sank to Assyrian kings. Now only the wind remembers, a dry bed, a forgotten song. 30,000 years dissolved. Rivers don't cry, neither do they promise. The sky redraws the borders with the silence of empty bowls. A child bends to lift the jar of water. She had the weight of a river in a plastic jar, each drop a promise. The wind bends with her, searching for tomorrow in her hands. Her shadow does not rise again. The jar is shattered. Promises are broken. So how do we build portals to normals otherwise? To design otherwise is to listen to absences, to allow untranslatable memories to remain untranslatable. If forgetting has become ritualized, then remembering must become radical. Architecture, at its most powerful, is not the act of building. It is the act of listening to what was disallowed, destroyed, or dismissed. To remember a space is to recover the right to imagine futures not headed for collapse. Futures that hold grief without closing it. Futures that do not pretend to be normal, but insist on being otherwise. And architecture, if you let it, can become the infrastructure of remembering otherwise. Thank you.
I want to first apologize for how cold it is here. We can't change the temperature, but thank you so much for still giving us your attention. Thank you for really incredible and rich presentations, and I think, like as Sarosh mentioned, tough job, very tough job to, I think, give justice to the quality of thinking and provocations that you've offered. But I will try, and you've got me thinking deeply, and so I think it'll be a conversation that's where we're collectively thinking together as opposed to making any particular remarks or stances, and so these will perhaps be provocations and genuine questions of inquiry. I think one of the things that you raised, Nilafar, is attunement, and remembering what Donna introduced in the first session around attunement almost as a remedy for knowing, which I think is a really wonderful thing that I think across all of your presentations there's probably a connection around, or 2 points that I'll draw out. The first is listening, and you've both articulated that in very different ways and through very different means as well. kind of outlining the body potentially as an archive, which I think is really critical, and also, you know, in line with these active practices of, or at least frameworks that attempt to have us forget, and how the body perhaps starts to act as a way to write and code histories, to use your words, which I think was really beautifully framed. So I think for me there's questions around listening, because I don't know that it's that straightforward to listen, and it would be really worth hearing from you in different ways what you mean by that as a practice. What does it mean to practice to listen? And also in, you know, academic contexts where we're positioned as the experts wherever we go, and so we're oriented towards being listened to. What does it mean for us to take the posture of listening to? And what does that mean for the practices that we derive through that process of us being in positions of listening?
Right. Well, that's a great question. And so here's the thing. I am an immigrant architect. I come from Iran, and I went to architecture school in Iran. So architecture training in Iran starts with listening. We start with philosophy, we start with poetry. That is very much part of the language itself, right? Farsi is a poetic language. We always speak through metaphors, so we are always attuned to this kind of listening and to the space that language can open. So later I moved to the United States, and I go through the Western education of architecture, which was also valuable. But this, I suppose that it became about this transition from my body moving from this practice of listening, and that, you know, putting myself in this position now that I am within practice that did not start with listening, perhaps. But I do not want to critique that tenor right now. But I've learned that listening is to observe, listening is to become the other. I believe that I am an architect, but I'm a licensed architect, but as an architect, I truly believe that architecture is for the other, and we need to always consider that. So this listening that I'm trying to tap into has to do with this otherness. I should let go.
I think for me, the notion of attunement is quite nuanced, and this is to understand that right now there is the want for the academy to listen and then to also eat up practices that they are listening to land, right? And the question here becomes, are we listening just so we can extract, or are we listening so that we can actually attune ourselves with? But even the politics of attuning oneself to the earth is within this large monstrosity of capitalism in academia, right? In research, right? And I look to my grandmother for this, because there are things of the earth that we should not know, and there are things of the earth that we should allow it to just be, because it might not want to speak to us, right? And so that to me is what attuning is. I mean, it really it draws from Robin Kimmerer's notion of learning animacy, or the grammar of animacy again. In one of her writings, and some of her talks, she talked about the language of birds, right? And how the birds would actually speak to us if we listen to them, right? But we listen to them for very particular things, right? And so even within the grammar of animacy, we learn to decipher biases out from this grammar, and then say, oh yeah, the bird's telling me this. And that to me is the problem with attunement, at least with how we attune things as researchers, academics, architects, designers. travel through the world with perspective.
Just very quickly, I want to maybe extend on that idea a bit of attunement. I appreciate that you bring that really necessary point, and it just takes me to Audra's kind of idea around refusal, which is about protecting what shouldn't be exposed to the settler gaze. Just to speak to Anna Gutierrez's contribution, and thinking of the one colleague there who asked about whether alternative pluriverse conditions can somehow be protected from being co-opted again and destroyed. Yeah, so I think it raises really wonderful questions about perhaps even challenging whether something like attunement is possible in contexts like this, and if it is the case, a healthy degree of criticality in one's approach to it becomes important, because we are always producing audiences. And I can't remember who mentioned this, but the observer and the observed, that in contexts like this we're constantly producing who is observed or what is observed, and or what is made object to be studied, to be critiqued, and so on. That can be extractable, that is extractable, versus who has agency, who is the agent. So yeah, I think it's a really wonderful way to raise questions around that. And I'd love to hear from the wonderful students. Just to the other point that I thought was really meaningful across all the three contributions was almost stopping us to locate us within different notions of time. In I think Anna's provocation, kind of being absent in time was a way to reveal a kind of urgency, presencing us in time through your practices, and proclaiming the body as an archive. So what does it mean to really be present to craft and ritual practices, as well as and also forgetting and reclaiming memory also is rooted so much in practices of time, whether it's traveling back, traveling ahead, traveling kind of over and over again in time, and so on. So I guess what I wonder about is, and again, we're constantly drawing it back to practice, and especially because these kinds of questions sometimes can be separate from practice, as if somehow it's only thought that can't necessarily materialize into the ways that we do things. And so for you to ground us very clearly in ways of practicing is really meaningful. My question is how we understand grounding ourselves in different notions of time in ways that is authentic to who we are as individual practitioners, so that there isn't necessarily a sense that in order to do such practices, one has to go into cultures that are unfamiliar to them, or which then can lead us to some of those extractive practices. So how do we engage ideas of time in ways that become true to inherent questions that we might have about the world, and ways that we might uniquely contribute to the discipline? Sorry, it was a long question. I hope that's clear.
I feel like from my experience, especially over the summer, one thing that I really learned is how architecture is about respect, and especially the vernacular. And I think in terms of vernacular architecture, the time spent and the process through going through like that culture and that time period that we're kind of designing in really gives us inspiration and like hints about how like the struggles, the problems, and what really happened during the process. And to us, the final product of our design was actually not really the thing that we learned the most from, but rather the mistakes, the imperfections we made along the way. And I feel like those imperfections and how we adapted and improvised to find solutions to those mistakes really show kind of how we need to focus on this moment in time rather than the final product. because when the final product was presented for the summer, people saw the product, but they weren't completely sure about, like, they didn't see the mistakes and the ways that we tried to collaborate and solve it together. And I feel like that's something that's really important, that's kind of missed throughout time, and that we don't really focus on when we look at past cultures and past projects in architecture. Yeah.
Through my personal studies for architecture, I realized that we always complain about how architecture is so hard and time commitment put into it. And something that I actually learned from Lucas was that we should appreciate our labors. And I feel like research is so different compared to classes and taking courses on campus, is that we actually started to document even more with pictures and videos. And then if we just look back at times of the movement of how we handle the tools, it's really you learn a lot from just watching the videos and also experiencing yourself. So I feel like about architecture and times, sometimes you just have to try it and experience it and go through it yourself, and the movements is what carry you through time frames. Instead of everything is just about vernacular, but of course vernaculars are really rich history to study from.
Well, yeah, I agree with what Daphne and Lucas said, how nowadays there's so many shortcuts, and nowadays we can buy the stuff, or we just 3D print these things that we can't really we don't really hand make things that often. I feel like this process was we're learning about ourselves, about the material, and also about teamwork and about culture and even bigger things. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just very quickly to that, to the point of teamwork, I am very curious about why you decided to present as a team as opposed to as an individual. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Sure. And I think that was what came to my mind when you asked me about hypernormalization, is that as academics, researchers, designers, whatever we call ourselves, we come into rooms, we sit down, and we present slides, and we preach. We preach the great things that we do, we preach the great things and great persons that we draw from. And yet, at least for the scope for the session 2, which is about collectively futuring together, we leave out bodies from these presentations. We use drawings and maps and sometimes things that we draw from our students, and yet they're not up here with us. And I think that, to me, is a standardization that I hope we could, as an institution, begin to actually leave behind. Teaching as well as learning is horizontal, and we preach it in the studio. I learn from you as much as you learn from me, and yet in front of the stage, in front of the podium, the bodies that are left behind in the discussions remains just a name tagged to a drawing or a model that we utilize as part of our presentation. And to me, the voices of the ones who were part of the process, and now it's recorded and it's on YouTube, is that these 3 designers was also part of the process. They were there, they were sweating, and when I was talking about how when someone got angry and loudly readjusting their body, that was Tommy, okay? The other 3 was quietly readjusting their body to my loud adjustments, and that to me is where learning happens. That to me is where decolonization happens. That to me is when we embody notions of care and repair in which we preach on a daily basis within the climate in which we are practicing.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. I think I'll ask maybe 2 more questions before I'll open it up to the crowd. Niloufar, I appreciate so much how you travel across mediums and disciplines. And I'd like you to speak a bit more on that, especially because languaging other futures is literally the practice of deriving languages where we can envision alternative futures being possible. And so it's wonderful to observe you moving across these various mediums as you attempt to really build worlds in our minds. And so what I'm wondering is, how do you choose your mediums, and in which ways does it tie to what I think is a critical practice of narrativizing, as ways to get us to imagine other futures?
I don't know the answer to your question, because, alright, so in a way I think it ties back to this idea of time, that if we are looking at time in a linear fashion, we're losing sight to what was and what can become, right? It's in the same way, I see like as this practice of design and approaching storytelling, it's always, for me, it's like that. Ideas, they come from everywhere at all times. It is not singular, right? So, and it is also much like language. Again, I repeat myself that language opens up worlds, so that's how I see this practice of designs. But there is something that, I guess, the silence of creating, maybe through images and writing, there's something very beautiful sitting there that is waiting to be discovered. That oftentimes, maybe, especially in the practice of architecture, we lose sight of, and we just easily forget about it. And that's something that I have found, at least for myself, and I try to maybe to explain it to my students too, whether it's about making a building, an integrated design, or is it about more of a poetic act, to just let's discover, let's bring in stories from everywhere, and whether is it reading, is it poetry, is it observing, where does I guess inspiration come from? It comes from all directions. Allow yourself to absorb all of that, and then take a position. So that's sort of how I approach it, but I never know what the exact thing is, so I cannot really directly answer your question in that sense.
Great answer, Phil. And just lastly, for both of you, before we get into questions from the audience, the practices such as what you've outlined, Tommy and team, are often kind of relegated to, say, more rural environments, as opposed to being seen as compatible with modern life. And I think also of yours, and how you speak about this construction of an illusion of stability, and how being made to forget is a very intentional framework. I'm wondering how you perhaps reckon with, if at all, your practice's compatibility with modern life and modernity, or whether it attempts to sit as independent of, or whether it tries to perhaps subvert modern life. What kind of position does it place itself in, if modernity is even in any way an orientation in how you explore your questions of practice?
You ask difficult questions. Difficult questions, they beg difficult answers. As an architect, I have serious problems with the act of removal and simplifying everything. So what is my sense towards, I guess, modernism or modernity in that sense is that it tends to remove a layer from whatever what may be the subject of the topic, right? So that's I think that's a real problem, right? Because then it becomes about stripping away identities, stripping away names, histories, right, and colors. And the illusion is always that this is a simpler answer. This is wide open in front of me. I can see everything, but is that really true? Are we seeing everything? If that space has been blurred, I'm not sure. I would argue that that's not true. But I guess I will leave you with that, the audience, that is that true, that if something seems clear, is it truly clear? Does everything come to the visibility, right? I'm going to have to tie it back to this idea of time, right? I think that time is holocaust. It's just, we're always at all times. So now is today, now is past, right? But can we see everything? Probably not, right? In physics, there's the idea of wavelengths, right? So if you're not able to see something, but does it mean that this is exactly what's in front of you? Probably not. If I'm not unable to see it, if I'm not unable to occupy that space, if I'm not able to enter in a space, does it mean that it doesn't exist? Probably not.
My answer is kind of short, because I don't know if I even think of it through that lenses, or I would care to reckon with it. And that's just because that question of if practices that I'm pursuing, the research and knowledge that I'm trying to grapple with is useful within modern societies, the question is, the society has never been modern. Has it ever been modern? It frames other knowings and other ways of moving through the world as the outside, right? And so because of that, it has created a stereotype that other knowledges are not, does not work anymore within the modern society. Whereas indigenous knowledge has constantly grappled and pushed and challenged with the modern society, either it being artificial intelligence or robotics or technology as a whole. I mean, even if there's a great book, and I forgot where it's from, and so I can't really try to name the book, but when asking artificial intelligence or AI about what is AI, and its answer to it was, I am that tree that you come and ask for wisdom from. I am that tree that you ask for wisdom from, right? And so even AI had created, right, a myth of it, one that is related back to the land, in which it extracts from every single time we write a few words and submit it to ChatGPT. And so I don't reckon with that, right? I don't reckon with disciplines or practices that tries to make money or capitalize out of indigenous knowings and indigenous knowledge because it has always been useful, right? And I think that to me is where my position is, right? That to me is also where I choose to say, sure, I agree to you and disagree.
Wonderful. We'll open up to questions from the audience.
Wow, this is great. Thanks so much for the presentations. And maybe one comment to Thomas. What you said at the end was so interesting. So a question for me for AI is almost the ultimate test. Can an AI download an ontology? Can it download and a completely different way of being and thinking and doing? My answer is that it's not. It won't, but it's not truly my answer. I mean, it's the answer that some people that are critical of AI are doing. But there are some people trying, apparently. I've heard about projects of linguists in Amazon, that are expressing Amazonian languages, to try to download through the language what is that word. So the answer that the AI gave to you, or in the book, not to you, AI is the tree you come to search for wisdom, is already infused by that indigenous knowledges and ontologies, of course. Who cares about going to ask for a tree for wisdom? Nobody does. Unless you come from a different ontology, a different past, a different tradition. So that's great. So my question is an extension of Teresa's, which is a very important question, because it's the question at the heart of universal politics, really. And you both presenters referred to it in by definition, according to the dominant ontology, let's say, cannot be perceptible or real and real. And of course, taking into account what Arthur Simpson says, that there are things that should not be translated, that will remain arcane knowledge, so to speak, from the communities. And I will link that very briefly to terricide. So yesterday I didn't really define terricide, but the indigenous women who are working on terricide for the past decade distinguish two aspects to the killing of the earth. One is the killing of the physical ecosystems. We all know that is happening. But the other is the killing of what they call perceptible ecosystems. Perceptible ecosystems. There are those that to us in the modern West are not real, are not perceptible, cannot be perceived. They are beliefs, they are wacky ideas, they are all knowledges, they are whatever it is, but they are not real. But they are part of the real, of course, and we all know that. And that's also the trap of social theory. Social theory cannot consider those as being part of the real. Because if it does, social theory has to become something else than what it is. But so my question is, I'm sorry, sort of going in circles to be, but in your designs and your thinking, both of you, and you did mention ancestors, spirits, you did mention what cannot be perceived, but you asked us to perceive through the body, and that's the key. Artificial intelligence cannot perceive through the body. It's totally embodiment is crucial to the human experience. So how do you attempt, like in your 18 square feet studio, or when you are doing your beautiful videos, I don't know how to call them, to making believable what is unbelievable, and making perceptible what is imperceptible, and making real what is unreal, by definition. I don't know if that makes sense. And you gave us an answer in many ways that you, in a way, refused to engage in that act. That's how you understood it. But anyways, can you say a little bit more about that?
This back and forth because we are friends, that's something that we do. Is it okay if I answer the question or to turn the table back towards you? Because whenever somebody asks me, or somebody I guess comes to me with this, what is reality, or what is not real, then I always ask them back, but what is reality to you? The way that I see real versus fiction is completely different than someone else, right? Because I tend to believe that I probably live in a different world, and that's not just me. I'm sure all of us have different realities. But the question of what is real, especially when we turn into architecture, right? If it's the building is real, the rest of it this is not real, so there's no value to it. And this is the same way of this is stripping away of the different ways of seeing and receiving and perceiving the world, right? So what is real? I don't know what does reality mean to you. So my answer, whatever I think might not be satisfying to you in that sense, right? Because your reality, your definition of reality is very different than mine, right? To me, what comes out of this work is very much real, very much more real than a lot of buildings that I have in New York City right now. That people go in it and they're occupying this non-spaces, I would say. They're not spaces. But there is something in this that bringing forth the awareness of what we're doing to ourselves in the world that is very real. What's happening to people is very real. In terms of perception, I suppose the body walks, the body receives, and that's the sort of a perception that comes from the body. So we need to be wholly present
within every moment to be able to perceive, basically. So, but I'm probably not answering your question because, again, I don't know what your definition of reality is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I think for me, if we are thinking about the language of ancestors or spirits, and if we are speaking it, we begin to partake and embody it through actions. Because the way that we talk, or even the act of talking, is work for our bodies. And the more we talk, the more it manifests itself physically, right? Either it's drawing from the writings of Judith Butler to Leanne B. Simpson. Language manifests realities in ways in which we can't grasp, right? And this is how multiple worlds, either drawing from Donna Haraway or Arturo Morita, who talks about how within this one world setting in which we can see each other and we're sitting on chairs on top of the stage right now, we can be living in very different worlds right now, even listening to each other. And it's because of language, it's because of what is deciphered inside of our minds and souls and hearts, the things we speak about ourselves as we walk through those doors, and the things we will speak of ourselves after we walk through that door, that becomes reality. And that to me is how things like spirits, ancestors, hauntings, lineages, the land itself becomes real. And I think for the short project, which is just a slice of the things that I like to do and dwell in, is that now the three designers that now know the sweat of what a tenon and mortise joint is. Whereas when we just look at books and we make it in minor, we're like, wow, it's a beautiful detail made of wood. But it took time, right? It took us until 4 a.m. the night before we have to showcase it, right? A lot of labor and sweat. And therefore we also link our bodies into systems of activities that have been passed down ages and ages of what this now called tenon and mortise joint is. And I think for that to me is how ancestors' wisdom becomes physical and real to us differently in different ways.
Okay. Just a very quick follow-up. And wonderful. Now, when I mentioned the real, of course I mean it in the way you mean it. The real, in the modern sense, is a political technology to narrow down the widest spectrum of the real, the widest spectrum of realities. Of course, there are multiple realities, there are multiple ways of working, and so forth. But when it comes to a matter, for instance, of life and death, you work in a territory that is being destroyed, okay? And for the local peoples that are waging struggle to defend the territory, when it becomes vital to show the rest of the world that their world, in which there are ancestors and spirits and embodiments and ways to perceive that cannot be perceived with modern lenses and all these different things, are at stake. How do we create zones, if you wish, where a conversation can be going between, let's say, the normalizing ontology, realities, which is embodied by the state, by capital, by all these different forces, and the worlds, the subaltern worlds, we can call them, that are also these ontologically divergent worlds in relation to the modern worlds, that are ontologies in their own terms, and that are certain cells their existence in a particular way. But how can we do it, engage in that negotiation? I mean, you might not have to do it in the design studio, but in situations, in territories, for instance, what can we, in a way, learn? And I think I learned quite a bit from my own work in territories from your presentations. Do you know what I mean? There is a shift. There's another. So how do we think about this at other step. I don't even mean an additional step. Another step into the nitty-gritty politics of the ontological clash in particular territories.
I think within, and this is specific to my own processes and practice, is that within this ontological clash, to create that zone is to have the ability to show up. And by showing up, I mean to be present, right? Not to just show up and then disregard everything, but to be present. And I think Diana Taylor, in her 2020 book, Reimagined, talks about the act of showing up as an act of war cry amidst ontological, let's just say, disagreements, but the world is burning. The world is burning, things are getting razed down. How can we be present together as a war cry and bring values together? Because value systems, sometimes even if our ontologies are different, might be the same, might layer on top of each other, right? And I think for me, that begins to create this zone in which we can begin to challenge our own ontological ways of moving through the world, knowing things, our belief systems, our own normalizations, but then also tread forward. And I think Mariam Kaba talks about it quite beautifully when she talks about love now in a very, very effed up world, right? Because love here is not about holding hands and believing the same things and disregarding all the things that we don't believe in. But it's about treading one step at a time towards a world in which we would both mutually grow together. And that to me is the zone. It's zones around hope, right? Hope as a practice, not an emotional feeling about how I feel today, but hope as a practice in which we have to, fight, right? In which we would have to, maybe throw some punches at each other, but then have the courage to actually hold ourselves accountable towards what we would call a just transition in which we utilize inside of our discipline and practice for, I don't know, the last decade.
I know we're almost out of time, but just quickly, going back to this idea of modernity that brings about clarity, the false clarity that is deceptive. There is this book. Actually, when you asked about keywords, I gave you some words that you probably thought they were a hodgepodge of, or maybe I made a mistake in writing those words, but the exact words are actually from this book called the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. And the writer, I don't remember names. I'm very bad with remembering names when I meet the names. But anyway, so he is basically coming up with his own words, adding words that don't exist in the dictionary as we know it. But one of the words that he has is off-tides, rhythms that unsettle the normal, an unexpected tide, a temporal condition of being out of sync with the dominant world clock, which I think is what we need to do. We need to open up to other ways of knowing and learning, right? It's so before, when I was saying that I did not want to critique the Western model of education when I came here, right? That this is the right way to look at the world. What you bring, we're not so sure about it. You are the third world country, and we don't know. But if we were open to these other ideas, something good might come out of it. But anyway, and then another book, it's called, I'm Getting Lost. I will send you the book so you can share it with your students too. But it's the idea of allowing yourself to get lost, to be able to reorient yourself.
Wonderful. So we'll wrap up. I just want to first thank you, all of you, for your really thoughtful and rich questions and provocations. And the question of perceptibility and imperceptibility, I think, is a really necessary question perhaps to grapple with and take with us as we close the session. I think the practice of rendering things imperceptible is constantly happening, as ways to constantly reconfigure us to the sense of normal that we've come to understand as seemingly natural and inevitable. And it's been encouraging to see through time ways that other ways of being have also persisted anyway, despite all the ways that they've been made unknowable to the Western world. And that really gives me courage, and as you've demonstrated in your various ways, that you persist anyway, even in an institution like this that I think forefronts certain values that it holds that are rooted in making certain ways of being imperceptible. You persist anyway. And so it's with that level of vigor that we'd like to go through the year asking questions around other futures that are possible, that are being made possible through you who are sitting here and through those that are sitting here. We're very deeply grateful for all the various practices that are emerging amongst all of us. And with that, we'd like to close off the symposium and give deep gratitude for your presence and your attention and your contributions. Thank you.